Yeah, except this time it's with D4s and nipples.
Because people are fucking stupid.
Why not, Alex?
Whoa. Repeat that for me.
Why would you want to make your friends
except
bleed?
this time,
That's the game, Alex!
Because
this
you're
time
fucking
it's
big,
with
strong man. You
D4s
gotta
and
show how
nipples.
big and strong you are, Alex.
You gotta show off your big, strong man hands by being big and strong and making other people bleed.
I swear, if
Biden
that likes me
Joe-
again, I'm going to speak
Jonathan
phonetic Russian. at him.
Bernard Biden has never bled from a game of quarters in his life.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
I'm taking
Then
my
I
shot.
have a
my
request
shot.
that I should have requested over the gigantic break we had.
Yeah?
What's that?
Yeah, Mitchell, what's your request?
Can we give Uncle Rick a character image? Because right now he's the same.
We do need
no,
that.
he's the same icon as my unarmed strike, and it feels wrong.
Wait. Where's his icon?
Well,
Hang on.
I mean, you did bludgeon him. But you hit him so hard he turned into your unarmed strike.
Stop.
Oh,
You've absorbed
wait,
him in your hands.
Theoretically, could I use a child as an improvised weapon?
Better question is, can you use one of your party members as an improvised weapon?
No, well, maybe Simon. He's light.
No, but like, you're big and strong, just grab Ishi by the feet, swing her around, and throw her at an enemy.
Ven, would you allow it? Like if I did the spinny throw, you know?
I think it should be like a
Probably.
2d6
Do
weapon.
like no, it'll be great when we get to Gahrland and we have the Highland games. Evian will enter the hammer throw, except for instead of a hammer, he'll throw the canonically smallest and easiest to throw party member.
Hey, crazy idea here. Let's play some D&D.
where'd Logan go? Why is he doing fucking Foley work that William
Stop
can't
stealing
do
my
anymore?
gimmick. I'm not
William
allowed to
can't
do
do
that
Foley
anymore.
work anymore!
My new mic.
Hey guys, what if we played D&D?
If there's a group over there playing D&D that I'm not allowed to go to because I can't do Foley work, is that the Foley work D&D group over there?
Oh, let's hope that all of the issues of the past are solved. There's probably gonna be some technical issues with all the new stuff, but we're gonna try.
Go ahead.
We're gonna
one more time.
try.
Are we?
Give me that one more time, please.
Good?
We're gonna
Please, I'm so
try.
close. One more time.
There are possible audio issues, mainly after DJ Ventron's untimely demise.
I murdered him.
You pissed all over him.
Don't tell anyone.
But I think we can beat
I
it.
threw up again.
Logan?
This is all in the recording. I'm really annoyed now. What a great way to start back up.
It's very in character for us.
Let me.
You're mine.
I feel like this opening's been tainted. Let's kill it.
You're telling me you're telling me I have to choke on water again?
Are you saying you have to redo all the banter?
No,
Oh, God, okay.
just the song's tainted.
All right, I'm gonna
If
choke on my
only
water
we
again. I hope that's
had-
okay.
A new one.
Ugh.
Oh, fuck's sake.
I'm sorry I rubbed my taint on the last song, guys.
Fuck's sake.
For fuck's
For
sake.
fuck's sake.
God, I'm so
8
embarrassed.
allies meeting in Dunrock during the Dunrock Festival. Hearing about a job through various means, paying 50 crosses, dealing with some thing that's now terrorizing the town. A kinship was formed as you all went to the island in the center of Loch Call and eventually did away with this horrifying, disgusting monstrosity, many of them. During the festival, a witch, the Witch of Dunrock, a powerful mage that showed up, was taken into custody, starting something of a riot. The Red Band descended on the town, and you guys were forced to escape, heading up through the wilderness, eventually finding your way to Varen Harbor, where you got a lead on a job and met a new friend. This led you to finding another old friend of Walker's, who you saved only to find out that he wasn't exactly who you thought he was, and made his way off. But with your journey now set, you made your way to, well, made your way further towards Starshore. On the road to Tybuk Rest, you encountered a Soul Strider, panic, dangers, and that oppressive, arcane atmosphere of Lenore really started to bear down on those of you breaking the Lenorian laws, be they written or just being a wartime enemy here in Lenore. Eventually, through meeting more friends and allies, you made your way through the heart of the Heartlands, where you came across the Scions of Izotl, a dangerous group of would-be insurrectionists, freedom fighters, bandits, went by many names. And chief amongst them was Evian's father. You let most of them live. Well, those who survived the initial fight. And continued on your way, eventually running across another Soul Strider. Well, at the time, believed to be a Soul Strider. Sirius Lokar, who, through a request of dubious intentions, forced the party to split up. But bent but never broken, the party did eventually put their differences aside and work together once more after meeting up at the camp of the Scions of Izotl in an old, broken-down castle north of Moskin. Back together and friends once more, allies, being on something of the same page. You went back to Cole, where you continued your journey to Starshore, but before making it, there was a brigadesman who was very desperate for help, offering all the coin he could for you to save some missing children. And on this job, Rom lost her life. It was more dangerous than expected, more perilous in many ways than anyone could have ever imagined. But things were all the more important, and you immediately called in your favor to Lokar to save Rom. And you met him in Starshore. A place where you had a few jobs, a few bounties, some learning, and you kind of started over as a party. You had some rest and relaxation, some moments of danger, some moments of kinship, before eventually finding a friend of Walker's, Marquez, who had a job for you. If you could get some of his allies into the country, he would have a way out of the country for you. To Gahrland, to wherever you needed to be. And you agreed. With Henry staying behind, 7 of you set off aboard the Long Howl for Fort Siege. Through the dangers, trials, and tribulations of the northern swamps of the Mistwheeled Wilds, you made your way to Fort Siege. A very well-defended and fairly well-organized fort. After much deliberation and examination, well, it could have went better. Could have went better. But you made your way out, and none of you were caught. Well, none of your faces were really seen, anyway. So now, out in the Light's Edge Plains, the proper wilds out of the country, you started to follow tracks, trying to find out what happened to this party that Marquez was supposed to be meeting, helping into the country in some way. Through more dangers, roving bands of gnolls, strange arcane items, and God knows what else out in the Light's Edge Plains, you found your way through tracks back into the swamps of the plains, the northernmost reaches of the wilds, where you eventually came across a hut and a strange woman. The fight was long and arduous and incredibly dangerous, seeing multiple people fear for their life before finally bringing her to heel and saving the handful of survivors from the expedition that Marquez was to meet. Unfortunately, when it came time to deal with her, she was to be put to death. She was too dangerous to be trusted with her life, and in doing so, the unintentional triggering of a strange rune on her neck and a portal to the Shadowfell dragged you all through. Here, in this plane of despair and shadow, you had all manner of new, dangerous, undead, unnatural beings to tend to and deal with, while trying to protect weakened, unkempt, and unhealthy allies. On top of that, your minds were afflicted just by being in this plane more and more every day. All manner of despair, from depression to apathy to hatred. But there was a light here, a ember, in the form of Ishri, who decided she would be able to guide you, that you were the answer to what she was waiting for. So, with a new ally in tow, you headed for a way out. Contacting Lokar once more, you found out that there was a ritual that could be done, very dangerous and not exactly without risk, but it could be done, but you would need something from this plane. Ishri took you to a lair of something dangerous, something unnatural, and here you did battle before finally commencing this ritual, if you will, and being dragged forth back to the material plane with Ishri in tow. You were back in the northern Mistweald Wilds, but back in the country of Lenore, where your charge and you went your separate ways, the party heading south and saying goodbye to Liliana. It was time to tie up loose ends and prepare. They would contact Marquez and let him know everything, and you would know when to meet and where. Until then, you went to Fort Siege. You dealt with all of your loose ends that were there to be dealt with, before finally heading for some R&R in Dreswood. Making friends with some of the locals, making allies with others, and trying to teach Ishri a whole new world, a whole new culture, a whole new way of being. Everything here seemed on the up and up. Walker learned truths about what happened to his brother, his family, why they were as fractured as they were, and what exactly was going on. And you agreed you would go your separate ways, tie up your loose ends, and eventually, after saying your goodbyes to friends, family, and compatriots, you would all meet up again in Verona. So you went and said goodbye, Simon having a heartbreaking revelation about the consequences of the choices he made. His family turning its back on him, his closest friend and ally not even knowing who he was anymore. But eventually, you all got back together. Back in Verona. The capital that seemed to threaten and yet at the same time elude any manner of need or want until now. Here in Verona, times were better. The party was more cohesive through their time. And you acquired all manner of allies. Rom with an old friend from school, making amends with her other allies and friends that she knew along the way. Rom bringing around her uncle Henrik, who wished to leave the country as well, forsaking his family just as she did. And then you guys got an Airbnb, which you operated out of for the entirety of your time in Verona. Be that the few bounties you did and looked into, the other jobs, the seedy underbelly that you interacted with when you needed to. But eventually, things started to come to a head. You investigated a warehouse that a strange fellow needed dealt with, so that he could have the land and possibly the warehouse eventually. A new one built up. In doing so, you eventually were taken into custody for strange reasons that didn't seem all right till, well, another ally made themselves known. A captain in the Sun's Chosen made it known that he knew who Owen truly was, a prince of Gahrland, if you will. And at the same time, other allies were there. Owen learning more about what he knew as Karad. It had all of these other names and statue-like existences throughout many of the tribal, the original Garish people. This ability to withstand and survive so much longer and culturally much stronger amongst the original Gars. Karad, the ever-present Batin. He learned so much, but it seemed every answer had more questions. Research continued. A new ally, Ilmario Naime, a proprietor of a brothel, the Hint of Home, prophesied to be somewhere you guys would eventually find yourself by a witch mage in Dunrock months ago. But after your capture was put off and you were given writs of absolute investigation, the ability to go where you want, when you want, within reason, you did all you could with the few remaining days you had, before finally saying your last goodbyes and the party, consisting now of Ron, Ishri, Simon, Amari, Evian, Owen, and Walker, along with a few horses and Rom's Uncle Rick. Said your final goodbyes, and though strings were still attached, you headed north, around the Styrus Forest to the northern edges of it, towards the meeting place where Marquez said his contact would be. And it was here, after Ishri had a bit of a debriefing with the Scion... I'm sorry, excuse me. I was doing really good. Had a bit of a debriefing with the Lumine Summit. Returning, you said your last goodbye to Miles, who was a broken man trying to cope with the God fucking knows what he dealt with during his time at Varhellen's. But you said goodbye to him and welcomed Ishri back, as Lokar would make sure that eventually the boy would find himself in the care of Fergus, one's uncle. And you guys waited and continued and found a woman sitting on a piece of driftwood, who kicked her legs up and walked over to you. And she introduced herself as Jane Beckett, acting captain of a ghost. And as she gives this very respectful-looking smile to you. I ask unto you all. Amari, Evian, Ishri, Walker, Owen, Rom, and Simon. What are you guys doing?
Owen,
because of this music.
Owen is he's looking around and he's kind of frowning a little bit. He looks out to sea, back at the woman, and then he says, "Where's your ship?"
She kind of brushes her hair back, and as she does, you see this, you've all seen ASMR before, but this is different. Not what you would expect from an ASMR proper, but as she kind of brushes her hair back, you see just this almost pulse of arcane energy trace what look like ASMR markings across her face for a second. And she just kind of gives, not a sly smile, but a knowing one. Oh, there's nothing to worry about yet. She pauses and considers. That ship there will be on shortly. Please. And she kind of looks to all of you and then to the horses and begins counting and stands up very, not proudly, but confidently. Now surely you, well, would be remiss not to introduce yourselves.
Of course. My apologies. The name's Owen. And Owen offers her his hand.
She shakes it, and she has a very firm but respectful grip. Again, once every 30 seconds, minute or so, there's no real consistency to it. You see just that arcane pulse of energy that goes across her face a bit. As I
Walker
said,
only looks mildly concerned about the weird magic that's happening with her.
well, as I said, acting Captain Beckett.
What's happening to your face?
Owen winces.
Oh, there it is.
Snort.
We're off to the
Walker-
races, boys!
Walker shoots Ishri a look, but tries not to draw attention to the question.
It took me all of, 10 minutes to be an idiot.
Oh.
my god.
Oh, I missed it.
She turns to you, and she kind of looks you up and down. And you're a little bit pale to be an elf, aren't you?
It's a skin condition.
She raises an eyebrow. Well then, so is mine.
Her name's Ishri. I'm Walker. We're all associates of Marquez.
Some call us a bright guard.
What?
The dazzling van. I've heard it's called a dazzling vanguard before. By some.
She
Walker
raises
just
an
stares at
eyebrow,
Ishri.
but doesn't say anything, and then just kind of gives a quick nod, turning back to
No one told us
Walker.
that.
I've heard that you're the leader here, yes?
I wouldn't say we have an official leader.
Well, that is how Marquez spoke of you, of course. And
Leadership is a bit of a 50-50 between those two. And Evian's pointing at the dads.
she gives a little at that. Not really hiding it.
Something wrong?
Well, apparently Marquez went out of his way to try and accommodate what he called the stubborn redhead. It didn't work too well.
Owen just chuckles good-naturedly at that.
Captain
So-
Beckett, is it?
acting.
Ramona Samsa. A pleasure to meet you.
And immediately behind you, Rick comes up and just, I'm Rick, her uncle. And again, he shakes hands right after you, and she just, all right, well, it seems we're only really going to have room for probably 1 or 2 at a time, but that's how I like it. Get him on the little, she motions to the small dinghy that has been dragged ashore.
That I don't think will be necessary.
She gives a slow blink. I think it's very necessary. I like to meet the people that I'm going to be charged to protect with a little bit of a, you know, one-on-one. Make sure... She gives a little shrug.
What are you, using to protect us from all the monsters in the water?
She raises an eyebrow.
You're sure you're not going to worry about monsters in the water?
Well, we're not going to be in the water, we're on a boat. And you see, these boats, they're not in the water. She's like, not looking pleadingly, but she's like, you guys, like, she's got that look of like, is she okay going on?
I'm sure you'll figure that out. Anyway. Oh, and
What
might as well
I
just go along with
believe-
it. You know what they say, in for a cent.
Well, you can't fit a horse in a tiny dinghy like that.
I mean, no, but we have bigger ones on the ship that we could probably... Please, there's nothing to worry about.
Well, it's not a matter of worry. If I know where I'm going, I can get us all there at the same time.
Yes, but then I don't really get to have any one-on-one time with all of you, do I?
Suppose not.
For
Let's
what
go along with it for now,
purpose?
Owen.
She gives not necessarily a knowing look, like a I won, but like more of a she's getting her way type of smirk.
You said 2 at a time?
I mean, yeah, and she kind of turns back to Owen. I have fit a single horse on there before. As long as they've got something resembling sea legs, they're fine.
Owen kind of, again, frowns a little bit.
Shall we begin then, or are we waiting for something?
By all means. And she motions towards the ship while looking to see who's going to go towards the small dinghy.
Walker does not hesitate going forward.
Evian will
Is
go
the-
as well if she's
the-
taking 2. I don't remember what her final answer was on that.
Sure.
Is the boat in the water already, or?
No, it
she has
got
to
dragged
drag
up
it
to
in?
the shore.
Well, Walker will start dragging it back very slowly.
All right, time for the strong boys to help.
Evian
I'm
will
one of those.
assist with that. I'm good at dragging things on the ground.
Dun's really good at watching people drag things on the ground.
You are
Walker's
at
good at pretending to help people drag things along from the
I
ground.
imagine Walker starts pulling Evie and just starts pushing, and like Walker just comically gets shoved into the boat.
He falls into
Uh-oh.
it. Oh.
She's pulling it the whole time. She's like everyone's supposed to like
Oh, God.
smack the sides to see if it's set.
I suppose this is to be expected. Alright, well, I did... You guys there? Alright, well, this is why this is here.
So I believe he last left off.
Alrighty, there we go. Sorry, still learning some things, and as I said, there would probably be technical difficulties, almost all of them having to do with the audio. So at least I'm getting used on my technical difficulties screen.
So I believe we last left off at Walker and Evian bringing the boat into the water and waiting for Jane to make the next move?
Yes, she gets in it as you guys get into the water. looking almost expectantly at Evian at this point to kind of row it. It's not like there's heavy waves, but there are some waves, and also there's nothing out there.
I'll fucking row the boat.
She like, are you like giving her a look, or?
He'll kind of like, he'll row the boat.
Because like, if you start to hesitate, she'd be like, all right, well, come on then, I'll just do it then, get away, and like start to shoot you.
No. Evian starts a rowing.
She looks to Walker. Such a gentleman he is, isn't he?
Something like that.
I don't think that's the word they would use.
She rolls her eyes a bit. So, Mr. Walker, I have heard quite a lot about you from Marquez. You're probably the one person here I would innately trust with everything that's about to come. Just, and she kind of pauses and turns back into the direction that Evian's rowing and kind of looks and, just continue pretty much due west. We'll be getting there.
Does Evian know where west is, or does she point?
I mean, she's motioning. It's directly away from the shore.
Okay, she's motioning.
So,
that's
yeah.
good. Okay, because I was gonna say I'm probably gonna go like fucking south or something.
No, like west is the direction you guys took off, and she's just like, yeah, just keep going.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad to hear Marquez had kind words to say about me.
Not so much for that, the redhead. Apparently, he went out of
He's
his
not
way
all
to
bad.
try and accommodate him. But
He's not all bad. He just has certain.
the word that Marquez used to describe him was sheltered, I believe.
That might be inaccurate, but certainly a word to use.
And he used some other ones, but I don't want to get off on the wrong foot with him.
Certainly something you can do. So, probably for the best.
She doesn't roll her eyes. She just kind of like raises her eyebrows for a second. Yes, well.
Did you say with him or with the group? Getting off the wrong foot.
The group in general, but the way she was intonating it was towards Owen in particular.
Okay, good. So my thing tracks.
Yeah.
We're good.
The main word that I would use to describe Owen, I wouldn't say sheltered, more extremely passionate.
Well, the other words were a little bit less kind. Pompous, self-righteous, those sort of things.
Something along those lines. Anyway. Enough talking shit.
She gives a little smile. As I said, just the words that Marquez. I was warned not to. She motions as if just agreeing with what you've already said. So, Mr. I'm sorry, Evian, was it?
Yes.
You were one of the ones who, was trying to get out initially, correct?
Yeah, I was trying to get back.
So, what is the plan for all of this? Where are we going to be heading?
He kind of looks at Walker for that one.
That's a good question. Not something we'd actually discussed, just that we'd, what we do after we got there. I believe, there was a vague plan of heading towards, Nashdween, but as far as where we...
She gives a little, like, type of look. Like, just a bit of a grimace at that. You have heard what's going on there, haven't you?
In Nashdween?
More or less.
What? I thought that was only in Vrat and Daro.
Oh, Nashdween's going to be the next place attacked.
Has it been attacked
Makes
already?
sense.
Not as far as I know, but I'm not by no means am I an expert on military. That was...
Yeah, sadly, there are some connections the group has there that need to be dealt with. You know.
She gives a little knowing nod, and I wish there was more I could say, but it was always never my best choices to be the one who knew about the military goings-on. That was always more of what my papa did. So, what is, how many, I believe there were originally going to be 9? 10? I don't read much in the way of the paperwork. I have people who do that for me, and then they just translate it to me. Again, dotting my I's and crossing my T's, something my papa always taught me to do, but I found it rather boring.
There were originally going to be 10, but 3 of which have stayed behind.
It's quite the commitment going on this trip.
You can see as she, like, after what Evian said, she kind of like, but I counted 8. What do you mean 3 stayed behind?
Rom's uncle wasn't with us originally.
Oh.
Oh. I forgot that. Yep.
That's rude.
I'm not very good with numbers.
She kind of leans in a little bit. Neither am I. It's all right.
Evian nods approvingly.
Walker responds in a slightly judging manner.
So, please tell me, if we end up getting into a scrap on the sea or anything, can I expect you all to be able to hold your own?
You shouldn't have anything to worry about. The majority of our group are mages. Imagine if you find any trouble, it'd be blasted at nothing before you have a chance to act.
And if there's any favors that we're called in to do, would you be able to assist us with them?
I'm sure we'll consider it, depending on what it is.
And yourself, Mr. Walker, you're, something of a marksman? And she kind of, like, motions to the
Multiple crossbows.
modicum of ranged artillery covering your body at this point.
Walker glances at his armaments and responds, something like that.
And I assume that means that you are, good with your, Sorry, Fergus was driving by. First time of the session. Oh, we're back, baby.
Didn't come across, thankfully.
It was keying on my Discord mic, which is wild.
I wish it did. That would.
It would have been funnier.
It might get picked up on the other thing though, not Discord.
Anyway,
that would be exciting.
She just has a moment where she goes, so you'd be able to help. After all, we had to. Not necessarily skeleton crew to pick this many people up, but we're definitely not at full capacity. You can spend some time keeping watch on the crow's nest then, right?
I could.
And you've already made yourself, you've earned your way then. Gives a little half smile.
With pretty much any tasks on a ship, I would be more than able to help. I was on a ship for a period of time with the Garish military.
I'm sure most of the group wouldn't turn down basic work if you asked them to do it.
Well, that's good.
Most of them, anyway.
Who should I be worried about?
Well, there's Amari and Simon. They're not the type to enjoy manual labor.
No? So, are they mages? Should I expect them to be blasting the holes in other ships, or...?
They will absolutely be able to do that.
Yep.
You're not here, man. You're not. The Amari just yelled at from the shore.
I got lost, okay?
That's the best introduction from Mitch got lost and Amari's like, yep.
I love it.
Oh. So
Sending her.
She kind of like trails off for a second, then looks back to Evian. You mean you sailed with the Arkmorda Navy?
Yes.
You'll probably feel right at home then. Our pauses for a moment. Our navigator is from the Isles.
Oh, what part?
Why? I'm sorry, I don't speak the best Irish. Weisful? Weisful? That's all I got. I'm sorry. But Weisful, whatever it's called. You know, the one on the small island on the left, on the west.
The one up top, yeah.
Yeah. He was sailed when he was younger, but well, we got him, and I feel like I lucked out on that one. Damn good navigator, knows these waters better than just about anyone.
That island is where most of the natural navigators are born.
Gives a considering moment. I've never asked. He doesn't speak a lot of Alabastrian or Lenorian. You?
I speak Lenorian.
I mean, I would assume that is what we're talking.
Lenorian and Garish are my only two.
Turns to Walker.
I know both, as well as some Dwarvish.
One drawback to sailing all the way out here, never get to speak a native tongue.
Is your native Alabastrian?
He gives a curt nod. Only thing I knew till I was 16, 17. I didn't really properly take to other languages till I was forced to. In any case, so you need to, at this point there's like, and like the ship kind of like, as if it's hitting something. Like you all get kind of knocked back.
If I run into something, I'm backpedaling.
No, that's correct. You can...
Oh.
And she like starts to hold a hand out, and you can see her like reaching at nothing, and then she like grabs onto something.
Oh.
Walker watches with narrowed eyes.
She motions like, "Can you hand me that rope on that side?"
Who did she motion? I'll hand her the rope if she motioned at me.
And she throws it, and you see it just kind of get stuck hanging in the air about 15 feet up.
Your ship invisible?
She gives this shit-eating grin as she turns back to you. I did say it's a ghost, didn't I?
It's quite the feat. Is there any other things we should be expecting from this journey? Unexpected things?
Well, normally we are the unexpected things. Anyway, she motions and she like starts to hold on. She's like, "All right, right here and right here. These are a ladder to get you up."
Evian motions for Walker to lead the way.
Walker will carefully feel around for make sure he has a good grip on that ladder before beginning to plant a foot on it.
And as you start to ascend up the ladder, a fairly large warship starts to corporealize around you.
Evian would probably hear Walker Sanders' breath. Holy shit.
You start to also hear the sounds of people giving commands in mostly Alabastrian. You recognize it vaguely as a foreign language, even if you don't understand it. Occasionally in Lenorian.
Are there any particular things that are said in Lenorian that...
it sounds like regular just commands for the ship.
Generic ship commands?
Yeah.
Okay.
As Evian starts to attempt to move up the ladder, he's much less cautious than Walker. He just kind of grabs and assuming he has it, and puts all of his weight on it.
And then just starts fucking flying up the ladder.
Just grabs one hand, just like one clean motion, just throws himself up the top.
He runs into Walker.
And if you could just throw that rope back down.
And
Walker roll.
As Evian gets back up, he'll toss it down. Unless Walker does it first.
She begins quietly rowing back, and as you kind of turn, you see a man of about 40-ish, well-kept beard, wavy, kind of shoulder-length hair, beard and hair both just like black as night. He's got this smirk that's kind of like breaking out from behind his beard, and he just... Name's Godric Bellamy. First mate, and holds a hand out to shake yours.
Walker will accept and return the shake. Can I get that spelling then?
Evian will do the same after Walker and just nod and say, Evian.
There you go.
Bellamy, name's Walker.
Name. And with that, we'll jump back. About 20-25 minutes go by, maybe a bit more.
I got a thing.
Okay, if you got a thing.
He's got a thing.
I got a thing. In the meantime, so as Owen like watches the dinghy like head out of sight, and I
Yes.
assume that like eventually it either vanishes among
Yeah, off the
waves.
horizon. Like, it's so
Yeah.
small you can't really see it at that point, and then it's like, you're kind of squinting a bit.
As it fades from view, Owen just kind of shakes his head, and he turns to the horses, muttering to himself, and he kind of gathers them close as if he was like in a football huddle, except for with 3 horses. And he begins to speak to them quietly. He's like patting their horse. What do you call that? A muzzle? It's not a muzzle. It's
Big funny mouth.
like a horse cheek.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a word for that.
Ham hock.
But he's obviously like reassuring the horses about what's about to happen, trying to explain what is going to happen, and he will begin to ritual cast water walk on the horses.
Nick, while you're doing that, can you remind us who the horses are?
We've got Luath, Owen's faithful yet antsy,
Spirited.
Spirited is an excellent word. Racehorse. Who else do we have? We've got Patches, who I think was originally Liliana's horse.
Nah, bitch, that's mine.
Or is
Yes.
it Rom?
Oh,
Is it
wait,
No,
Rom's
Cav
horse?
How was your horse.
I'm Cafo, I'm sorry.
Calf How is Evian's horse.
Mitchell plays the part of Calf Hell.
I love Cafo more than myself.
Ugh.
But as she returns, let me back up a little bit. Once he's finished, and as he finishes casting the spell, Owen he kind of puts his forehead against each horse's forehead, and the horses themselves feel that kind of warmth of Owen's magic. He'll turn to the rest of the group and he'll say, I don't really see the point of waiting around for a tiny thingy to load 3 horses. We'll be here all day, so I've used my magic. We can ride the horses to the ship.
You see, at the thought of not only going on the water, but also riding horses, 2 things that, like a month ago Ishri was petrified of, she just kind of nods as she gets paler. She just gets paler.
That's impressively pale.
Quite.
You don't have to go if you don't want, Ishri.
No, that's fine. I can go. Just give me a moment. And she steals herself, and then she walks up to the horse, and she's like, how do I get on it?
Which horse?
The closest one, I guess? Or who's the biggest?
It's
Who's the
Luoth.
biggest?
Fuck it, it's
Luoth's
Luoth.
the biggest.
It's Luoth. She goes up to Luoth then.
Oh.
Wait, that's my horse.
Well, she just
says?
standing next to it 'cause she doesn't know how to get up on it, so...
Is she ever her hands
Well-
just kind of towards it,
Is there
afraid
then
to touch?
out of Calf How and Patches, is one of them like a more beginner friendly horse? I imagine this is something Owen would know.
No, they're both about the same. None of these are straightforward baby's first horse temperaments or anything.
That being the case, Owen will he'll let out a good-natured chuckle, and he'll say, Ishri, it might be better for your first time on a horse to not be over water.
I mean, if I fall off, I can just, float off the ground.
I suppose, but it might be better for you to take the boat instead.
Oh, that's an option? Oh, I'll do that. I'll do that. Yes.
He chuckles again and nods. If she insists on being 2x2, that's fine, but like I said, it would take all day to load horses one by one.
I think I'll stay and go with Ishri. Rom sort of like rubs her arm a little bit, looks away.
I mean, I'm more than willing to try anything, including, you know, going on a horse over water, but maybe not. I'm not. He kind of gives a... Rick just kind of gives this... Not worried, but like... slightly cautious look, and just kind of like... I mean, I definitely feel like, you know, we could speed things along, having all the horses go at once, but...
I can lead them if no one else wants to ride.
I could do it, Owen.
Simon and Amaris are here too. Why don't they go with you?
Yeah, I'll ride one.
Well, I mean, it depends on if she insists on going 2x2.
One horse, one person.
She seemed more interested. I get the feeling it's more of a... wanting to... learn to trust us, maybe something like that.
I mean, I know she does not know what we have experienced, but if I was trying to hurt us, first thing I would do is separate us.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I mean, Walker's not here to ask, but he trusted Marquez. Marquez sent this lady. What's the difference? I mean, we not trusting Walker now? Is that it?
I could just ask him.
Huh?
That's something I can do now.
What?
That thing that Owen can do. Talking to people far away.
He kind of cocks his head to the side for a second.
It's a handy trick to have, Rom.
Yeah, I haven't done it yet, but seems like it'll be useful for us to have more than one person capable of, you know, sending off messages.
I mean, yeah, but... Alright, well, I mean, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. I mean, I don't feel like you should look any horse in the mouth, but...
Owen pats Luan.
Alright, I mean, I guess you can look them in the mouth if you're like, you know, seeing if they got bad tooth or something. And at this point, he just kind of trails off and just keeps talking about a saying about horses.
Well, shall I?
I mean,
I'm sorry, what are you going to ask him?
if he's not dead, I imagine. Right?
Yeah, something like that.
It's up to you. I don't think Marquez would
Sorry.
go back on his word, petty as he was.
It's no trouble.
Well,
I get my spells back a sight easier than some of y'all do.
I mean, not as easy as me. He, like, Rick just kind of, like, stands proudly and fucking, like, folds his arms and...
Of course not.
Of course not.
And I guess Rom will do a sending to Walker, and the sending will be, "Hey, you're not dead, right?
When is this?
All
then?
unassaulted and everything."
This would probably be while you guys are being introduced to the crew. Like, you're starting to, like you're getting the basics. We'll go over exactly what that is. But you're getting the basics of, like, all right, like, Bellamy's like, right, so you're gonna want to get down this way, and, like, you know, he's giving you the basic breakdown. And then you hear Rob in your head.
And remind me again, Alex, what she says?
Hey, you're not dead or anything, like all unassaulted, right?
Walker just He doesn't break his fucking poker face. His expression doesn't change at all. Did you have to, does he know? I don't think he knows he has to say it out loud or in his head or anything.
He has been. Didn't Lokar cast sending on everyone before?
Yes.
Yeah, but he didn't. Walker didn't know how to respond. It wasn't explained how it worked. So Walker just says quietly, "Fine, why? Are you guys okay?"
It's fun, isn't it, William?
So Rom just sort of like kind of nods immediately, and she says, "They're fine. Nothing to worry about." Sounds like.
Fucking Walker's Evian. I just said something. That's in my head if we're dead.
Why would they think we're dead?
I asked if something's going
Do they
on
have-
the shore. They didn't
Rom
If
will.
I look out to the shore, do I see? Can I even see the shore? I, look
Not
out
really,
to see-
no.
Like
Ben,
on
can
my
I use
tippy
the
toes?
fucking scope on my crossbow to see the shore?
Can I put Walker on my shoulders?
It's
Haven't
not
found the
like
crow's
a
nest.
zoom-in scope. It's more of a crosshair-esque
Oh,
sight.
so it's a red dot sight.
Yeah. Like, it helps you aim better. It's not a fucking
Not a
telescope. Yeah. You don't
Okay.
have a fucking periscope, a telescope, any other kind of scope. Proper.
Glad we established this now instead of
Yeah.
later.
But no, you can't really see the shore from here.
Wait, you're telling me Walker didn't invent the ACOG?
No, fucking this was given to him by his dad.
Oh, upsetting.
That question still works.
So Cordell Walker didn't make the
It does.
ACOG.
It does still work.
That's unfortunate.
Ugh. Anyway, so, Rob, you're given the okay from Walker.
So,
And Rom said
Rom
that they were fine, and then
looking
she
up.
will be kind enough to respond again with just double checking. Glad to hear it.
I'd
We'll
like
be
to
along
think
shortly.
that as Rom says that, I say to Walker, "Do they not have any faith in us? I think we could have taken her." So like he's got two conversations going on at once.
She said she was just checking. Walker looks like a little bit not freaked out. What's the term? Not put off. Like
Maybe looks
confused.
insulted.
What was the point of this?
Poor bastard's
Whatever.
just confused.
Walker hurries back to where Bellamy was helping them. He apologizes and uses the excuse that it's mage bullshit.
Bellamy gives a slight nod and then like a thumbs up, and as he does, you see sparks start a little fire on the edge of his thumb.
Walker does
Pretty good.
very best to not sigh immediately or look judgmental at all.
Ugh.
Ugh.
It's gonna be really funny when Walker uses magic for the first time and then realizes that he's a mage now.
But he's a disgusting, filthy magician.
Anyway, so a few more minutes pass. A bit more at ease now that your friends were not butchered at sea by a 5.5 foot tall girl who's not incredibly threatening looking
With a magical skin condition.
with a magical skin condition. Oh, and you see like the dinghy rowing closer and closer. She looks like she's done this 1,000 times before. Like the way she, no problems at all, it hits the shore and she just, right, who's going to be next?
I'll be taking the horses, if you don't mind.
She gives a quick pause. What?
Owen just he mounts Luath and he does that and he trots him into the not into the water,
Onto
over
the
the
water.
water. Onto the water, yes.
As it like hits the beach, like they kind of like break a little bit into the sand, and then the sand gives way and onto the water. Luath goes. Are the other two behind you?
Yep.
Yeah, he's got him on a rope. Though
Oh.
again, if
Oh,
she insists on going
Can we
2
do,
by
like,
2.
A large. Oh no, yeah.
Like, if she only wants 2 at a time, that's fine. Owen just didn't want to fucking sit here and watch the horses be ferried back 1 at a time as they're,
Well,
like
that's-
tied into a dinghy.
You know, I've heard stories of people being able to do that. Interesting to find it all the way out here. She just kind of mumbles something under her breath. Something considering to herself. And then...
I imagine...
Well, I don't mind if the horses, I can't talk to them, but... I wouldn't mind you, at least, She motions to the empty seat in the dinghy. Do you need to guide the horses, or can they follow the boat?
I'd be happy to ride alongside.
I
Simon
suppose
will
that's good
just-
enough.
Someone will walk up and get into the boat.
She looks you up and down once. I suppose I'm going to be rowing, and she pushes the boat back out to sea.
Simon gladly sits showing from the back, sits in the front.
And she begins rowing. Again, directly out west. With the clopping of horses on water. A very strange, like... It sounds like, you know, when you hear horses, like, running through a cobblestone street that's still got rainwater sitting in it. But,
So
like,
very
3 of
good
them at every step. It's very strange and weird to listen to. Like, there's that moment of, like, Uncanny Valley, like, this isn't right. And, like, your brain can't process it because you're not used to it. And it's a thing that should not be. But you get used to it.
How are the horses? Are they similarly...
Give me an animal handling check.
No problem.
First roll? Not really.
It is gonna be big. That's big enough.
They're fine. Luoth is doing the usual wants to run, and now it's like open and there's no hills, it's just running, so there's a lot of that like, no, stay still. Come on. You can run later. You can run later. Stay still now type of thing.
I imagine Owen has a lot of practice at
Yeah.
corralling the lad.
But this is like once Luoth realized like, oh, now I can walk on water, like this is just endless open running that Luoth is seeing with no dangers, no hills, no trees, nothing. So there's lots of like, like yeah, that antsy kind of step every time. So, Owen, she kind of turns to you as she's rowing. You're, Marquez said that you were a bit less than agreeable with him, is that right?
I suppose that's one way you could describe.
Should I be
it.
worrying about the same for me, or...?
Let me explain, because I would guess that Marquez did not. The reason that we got off on the wrong foot that we did was because he chose to act in a petulant manner after his schedule was delayed. And he left us at the mercy of 2 agents of the Antelier of Lenore. Do you know what those are?
She gives a nod.
Rather than face this problem, he left us to deal with it and barricaded himself in the cabin so that he did not have to deal with it. I am the kind of man who faces my problems head on. Not like that.
So you're saying he left you to deal with a problem and then you dealt with it?
Aye.
Sounds like good management to me. She gives this little shit-eating grin.
Owen just shrugs.
Marquez is one of my closest friends. I would trust that he wouldn't do anything without a reason, though I'll concede too that occasionally he is something of a prick.
Owen chuckles. I have no
Emily-
quarrel with the man. He has come through, but just kind of shakes his head.
Let me tell you, we had a lot of things that had to be shifted around to make this little journey work, which is why apologies for how late it's been. Normally we would be able to react a bit quicker to a favor, but what with the war and the dangers in the Shine Gulf, and now the sun's chosen falling back, the Red Band, tensions with the Navy from the Arkmorda Isles and the mainland of Gahrland, it's just been a mess altogether.
I promise you, if we run into the Arkmord Navy, we should have no problems.
He considers for a moment. I would hope, but ever since the that scourge, things have been a bit more tense.
What do you know about it?
A lot of men and women lost their lives fighting out in the emotions vaguely a southern direction up there at the bay.
I
know it's powerful magic that's not exactly easy to explain. I don't even really know who I would ask about it. I mean, I do, but they're busy. So, she turns back to Simon. You're one of the mages.
Nods. I am, yes.
And, if we get into any issues during our time at sea, are you agreeable to helping defend the ship? Anything like that? Can you do repairs? What can you do to help my ghost in the event that it's needed?
Well, if we get into any fights, I'm good at getting onto the enemy ship, I guess. And
That sounds like a great way to get yourself killed. I mean, what does it take? One man the size of Evian to tackle you and, what, hold a hand
It's
over your
hard-
mouth and you can't cast the spell again.
it's hard to tackle something you can't see.
She gives a little knowing grin. Yeah, that is accurate.
But yes, I'm here to help.
And we did have to clear out some of the less necessary personnel. Is there something that you can do for your time on the ship to help out?
I mean, last time I was on a ship, it was all accounting wise. I was helping out.
Oh, there's precious little accounting to be done. I have someone for that. I never took much to it.
Simon sits silently and thinks for a bit. Then what can Simon do on the ship that's not?
Oh God.
Has he read a book about a famous ship accountant? You can emulate?
Ship accountant.
Yeah, can he be
It's a book he wrote in his head about himself.
Can he be the Can he be the captain's oh, what the fuck? Who's the guy at a court who does the typing?
Stenographer?
Yeah, can you be the captain's stenographer?
I guess I could also help with tending to wounds. I help Owen out a lot with that.
Stupendous. That's stupendous, really. So, at this point, continuing to row, she turns down. Same question. What can I expect from you during your time aboard the ship? Short as it may be, it shouldn't be more than a few days across the Gulf.
Owen shrugs and he motions to Simon. As Simon says, we are good with medical care. Simon has made an excellent nurse in his time. And Owen shoots him a grin.
Finger guns back.
Right. It was good to have more doctors aboard. So, why are you leaving the country anyway? Lenore's nice enough when you're not at war. Not that I've been there for a while.
I must get home to Gahrland.
Turns to Simon. And you?
guess that's kind of a loaded question.
She turns to Owen and gives a look of like, is it?
And she asked why I didn't want to be there, right?
That's
Did I
why you're
say
leaving
that?
Lenore. Like,
No,
Yeah.
why are you escaping? Where are you heading this way for?
I guess for a new life would be the best way to put it.
she gives a curious, single raised eyebrow. New life. And you think going to war-torn Garland's the way to go?
Better than Lenore.
Your friend said you were trying to get to, Nosh Dween, is that right? This posed at both of you.
I
I can help,
imagine.
but, I don't know that it's the place you want to be right now, given that's going to be the next place that, probably sees siege.
It is exactly the place that I wish to be. Safe from Varat. But I cannot go there.
She looks at you and just, Taran then, yes?
I
She gives a slow nod and, well, it's quite the crew you have. Guards, people who are trying to get out. And you need it so badly that you risked life and limb and went into the Shadowfell to do so.
I'd say we risked a little bit more than life and limb going there. And
I've
it
heard.
certainly wasn't something that we planned on doing. That is what happened.
Well, let me tell you, Marquez and the survivors from the expedition, if you will, they spoke very highly of all of you. You did a lot.
Except for me.
Personally,
Chuckles again.
Marquez was less than enthusiastic about dealing with you, but professionally, he seemed to respect you enough.
Oh, just shrugs.
Now this trick, and she motions towards the horses. Does this have a limit? Are there things you can and can't make walk? Is this something I should be expecting all day, every day? Because I really don't want to see horses running next to my ship. It makes them seem suspicious.
It is not something that I would do unless convenient or necessary.
She gives a agreeable nod. That's fair enough. She kind of like looks back to land and then looks back behind her. Slow down. You might want to get just behind us.
Owen kind of raises his eyebrows and then casts his glance over the empty ocean in front of him.
Does he slow down?
Yeah.
Okay. Enough that the ship's ahead of him?
Oh, he doesn't know there's a ship there?
No. Like the enough that the dinghy's ahead of him.
Oh, yeah.
Then are
He
we-
will follow her.
Okay. All right. So he's
directions.
no longer aside her. He is now behind her. Ugh.
Then where are we at the moment?
You guys are on the deck being debriefed on.
See, fucking.
Are we
You
allowed
just see Simon and Jane in the ship, and Owen's just walking next to them. That's very good.
Is Walker like? Can we see them? Can we spot them arriving?
If you're watching for him, yeah.
I think Walker would. Try to figure out what's going on. If that's how far are they away from us? If we can Walker go over and, say
100 feet or so.
I think Walker will wait till they're about like 50, 40, and then go over to the edge. Excuse himself from the other conversation.
I have a really important question.
Okay.
What does a what does a horse walking on water sound like?
I already
You already
described
said it.
it.
It was like,
I literally described
like
that. It sounds like
rain on
it sounds like wet cobblestone.
I did
Yeah.
just say that in chat that I was peeing.
That was
but I
a
didn't.
while ago.
Yeah, it
Oh,
was.
okay. Well, then I wasn't listening.
Oof.
Sorry.
Outed. He's been outed.
So yeah, you eventually you see as she is, and like Simon, you're jolted forward, and you like, give me.
Hang on, can I get my shout off then?
Sure.
I would like to set something to Shadow when they were like 40 feet away or so.
Okay. What were you shouting? Anything in particular?
Let me see if I. Owen, Simon, ship's invisible.
Wasn't
Did I
that?
get across?
I heard it, but it wasn't that good. It's just not the same anymore.
Sucks.
You guys don't hear anything.
Got him.
And about, and then eventually there's that, and Simon, give me a strength save.
I'm good at these.
Just think big.
If you don't roll high, you
That's
just
pretty
you're
big.
falling into the water.
You kind of like, cause you're on the back of the dinghy, like while she's rowing, and like it hits, she falls back a couple of feet. You go flying and like almost like unintentionally tackle her before catching yourself,
Oh no.
and she just kind of like,
Because
she just kind of like pushes you back a bit. I'm flattered, but no, thank you. And gives again that cocky kind of smile, and motions for the rope that you were sitting next to.
I give her the rope. She want me to.
She begins, like, you hand it to her and she throws it up, and it's pulled taut for a second. It just kind of like, you could just see it hanging in midair about 15 feet
I
up.
was gonna say, yeah. So
She feels around again, motions right next to her hand. Right here, get climbing.
Simon feels air.
There is it feels like like it's built into the side of the ship, like a iron, like wrought iron bars. And you can begin climbing.
And I do that. I climb.
As you do, the ship begins to materialize around you.
Oh, cool.
Does Simon vanish in front of my eyes?
Yes. As he starts
Walker's
climbing
at
up, he disappears.
As that happens, can I just be like, "Hey, Owen, this is," and then I just disappear.
It's just getting quieter and quieter.
Yeah.
Walker's at the top of the ladder to offer a hand for once he gets up there.
Evian's waiting in case Walker falls.
Pull himself up.
Such faith.
Evian's got his hands like hovering over Walker's waist.
Looking at it, does it even look like?
She turns back to Owen. I suppose you're next. I was planning on the horses being last, of course. That way they could each up the... We'll figure something out. Can you keep them around the ship? We'll get a lift or something.
I'm sorry, you want me to board without them?
No, you keep them down here and... One moment. Just stay here. And she climbs up about halfway. She starts to disappear. As you guys see her starting to appear, she then disappears immediately as she's climbing the ladder. So none of you see her now.
Oh, the second letter of the ship.
And poor Owen is just left alone.
You can still see the dinghy there, which is tied up to nothing, where the rope is about 15 feet up.
Very
Just
funny.
His
His grip does tighten on the reins, but he doesn't. He still looks at ease.
Walker will quietly question, is ever on this mage's ship? Fuck. Fuck.
About 30 seconds later, you hear those of you who aren't Walker see her appear directly behind Walker. And she just says, are you any good with, and she turns to Evian. The two of you good at repairing things, was it?
I can be.
Can you make some sort of makeshift lift to get these horses up while I get everyone else?
Yeah, supplies.
Of course we do. And she bamfs away again. And about 10 seconds later, appears again holding a rack of, just like a stack of fucking 2x4s and other various bits of wood.
Is there like a net or a leather, like a couple other straps? Is it literally just wood?
We'll need rope and some canvas as well. Walker says, taking account of
As
the
you say it,
supplies.
she places it down, disappears again, goes and grabs, and then about 15, 20 seconds later, appears again holding various other things to make a lift. You can attach it, right? And she motions to the other side where there's a small lift for the dinghy to get up.
Okay. Walker will move over there. Evian, bring over some supplies. I'm going to...
Evian will grab as much
Started.
of what she gave us as he physically can and bring it over.
Walker's going to set out a tool kit, his +1 tinker's kit, some woodworking supplies. Fuck, he didn't bring his carpentry tools this time. Can use a saw.
You don't have.
As she does that, she goes,
hold on. I might. I don't.
Walker's kind of like, as he's putting out other supplies, Walker will mention, yell out a few extra tools he'll need, probably including like a handsaw and a few other bits and bobs,
like
nails, extra nails. You know, he probably has a hammer.
all right. So while you guys begin work on that, she then again disappears and is halfway down the ladder where she begins climbing the rest of the way down, appearing once more to Owen. Your friends are going to be constructing a lift for the horses. If you need to get... She considers for a moment. I can get you some rope to tie them to the ship if you want to go up, or you could stay down here with them. Just don't go too far.
Owen does that thing where like he like looks in the direction that she came from, that everyone disappeared to, but he's obviously not seeing it, right? So he's like looking through it.
Yeah.
And he just kind of he shrugs again and he says, I'll stay with them if you don't mind.
Right, just don't go too far. I don't want to be losing you.
I don't imagine there's any way to get lost out here, and he kind of motions to the sea.
Be surprised. I've heard stories of people getting lost. Things that bring them back too.
Do the same stories involve men riding horses across the water?
No, I suppose not. Suppose not. And she begins rowing back to shore.
As Walker works, he comments to Evian, all that magic to move around, and can even make some horses fly.
Oh.
I suppose it has its limits. I'm not really sure how magic works.
It all just seems like bullshit to me. Half the
I don't
time
know
I
if
think they're
I'd
making
say-
it as they go along.
Maybe.
Where did this vindictiveness come from?
Walker, like halfway, like a couple seconds after he says that, he like just pauses. Don't tell Owen I said that.
Oh.
Oh.
No
All right.
promises.
So as it heads back, with Rom, Amari, Ishri, and Rick waiting at the shore of the northern Veiled Heartland, we are going to go ahead and take our first break of the night. Whew.
Would not to put together like kind of a pulley system that you kind of like tie this. What are those things they use for mountain climbing? The like little.
Oh,
Yeah.
fucking.
Pittance?
No. The things that hold on.
I
to
know what
rope
you're
so you
saying,
can
like the
open and close.
carabiners? Is that what they're
Carabiners.
called? Yeah.
Like kind of like two of those on one end that attach to this canvas that goes below the horse. And then it combines to the top to then be lifted up, and it uses like pulleys to make it easier, but it still requires like manpower. So it's literally going to be Evian lifting horses.
Well, I mean, remember, like, it's got a automatic, like, a crank on it because it normally lifts a dinghy, so...
Yeah.
Like, at least Evian's going to be cranking it.
There you go.
Evian's always cranky. He's the expert at cranking it.
Evians plus pulleys should be will be lifting horses.
Because I'm cranking.
All right.
Crank that soldier.
So, I would like you both to give me your good carpentry checks.
God,
I haven't seen one of these in a long fucking. What was it? Session 2?
Is that?
Can we combine for one check with advantage?
No, each of you can make one.
Powers combined.
Each of you can make one.
Will the contest +1 Tinker's tools help here?
No, this isn't that fine
Come on,
of
with
work.
pulleys and shit?
Not that fine of work.
How do I make that check?
What do you want me to add? Dex? Dex?
I'm gonna say you can sell me on different skills. I feel like intelligence.
Whoa! I can't. It's fine enough that I have to use intelligence, but not fine enough for me to use Tinker's tools.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, all I'm saying is Walker is making you careful, thorough work as he usually does using his dexterity modifier.
Okay. All right. Evian.
Hello.
It would be your proficiency plus. I don't know. Sell me on an ability score. What do you want to use?
Well, I'm trying to find a way to pull strength through.
All right, sell me on it.
Thinking Evian's gonna be doing the holding shit together in the right spot.
Oh, he's gotta be the human vice grip.
Exactly.
Yeah. He's holding things together while Walker puts it together.
That's while Walker's like properly putting it together.
All right. Well, I'm sufficiently happy with the human vice grip. So go ahead and give me a +7 on your D20.
+7, yeah.
Did you guys know Walker has expertise with carpenter's tools?
That was horrible.
Well,
yes.
You know, Evian, he hasn't been working on the water in a while, and there's a little bit of salty spray, and, you gotta deal with all that, and you're doing your best. Might take a while, but we'll see how the quality is when we get back to you. All right. Eventually, another 25, 30 minutes or so go by, and I will ask who, she arrives back, and it hits the shore, and she starts dragging it out enough that it's not going to get washed away. Looking at Rick, Owen, Ishri, and Amari. All right, who's going to be coming next? 1, 2, all of you.
You said Owen.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Owen is currently.
I'm sorry. Rom, Amari.
Out to sea.
Rom, Amari, Ishri, or Rick.
Ladies first.
I've prepared myself. I'm ready. And Ishri starts to stride towards the boat, sword out, ready to go.
Let's get this over with.
You don't need to have your sword drawn. It's not a very large boat.
But what if okay. All right, and she puts it away, and she just like she's now seen her like push the boat out a couple times, so she's like, everyone can get in, I'll push it up, I guess. Yes.
Okay, what are you worried about?
Why don't you get in first? I'll push it out.
She turns around. What is she worried about exactly?
Is she asking the audience?
No, she turned to Rob.
The camera.
Yeah.
I don't think Ishra has ever been to sea before. Is that right?
No, where I come from, the Exvokesian Empire, it's a very scary place. It's full of monsters and creatures, and no one goes on it.
I don't think that's quite right. And she kind of considers for a moment. Well, either way, how did you get all the way over here from the Volcasian Empire without taking a boat exactly?
Rom just looks up at the sky like, please, God.
Give me an insight check.
Who? Which one?
Both of you if you want.
Do one from Jane.
Sure.
Fuck you, Ben. Do one for Jane. Sad.
Fucking A.
I'm looking at the sky. What do you want from me?
Magic. We
Right.
teleported.
She gives this not pitiful, but like almost like, oh god, she just feels bad. I was debriefed on where you came from, that you came through the Shadowfell with when they all came back. Why are you so...
Oh, in that case, yes. Where I came from in the Shadowfell, they're full of undead horrors. You don't go in there if you don't wish to die.
Right. I just thought it would be... You know what? Do not worry. I will protect you. And she, like, puts an armor on you. And you've got, like, a foot on her. And she, like, puts an armor on you. I'll protect you. Don't worry. Just kind of pats your shoulder. Come on. Motions you in.
Ron will push out the boat.
As it gets to see, it does that little initial wobbly as Jane begins rowing the boat. Little, tiny, weak Jane rowing the boat.
Oh, would you like me to do that for you?
No, that's all right. I enjoy it. It's a bit peaceful, honestly. So,
if you know then where I get my skin condition from, can I know where you get yours from?
Again, Rom just looks up at the sky like...
I was, Have they told you about the War of Red and White? You know about it?
I believe so. A little bit, I think.
I was, as a child, I was caught up in it. Like halfway between a Aasimar and a human, I suppose, at this point. I don't really know how to describe it. I don't think anyone does.
That sounds horrible. Horrible to be in the middle of that slaughter. I'm sorry. It sounds terrible.
I mean, for the most part, everyone... She pauses for a moment. Well, a lot of people reunite with their families. It's not so much that families lost children as it is that children lost parents. But I lucked out. My papa went through all manner of hell to get me back. Saved me. And she gives this very proud smile.
I'm glad you escaped. That's very good.
It was something. But I'm lucky. I've had all manner of... She just motions around her. Halfway across the world, rowing someone from another plane of existence onto a ship. What more can I honestly ask for?
Is your father around then too?
She considers very carefully for a moment. He lives in Brightfall. He didn't take to nearly as much adventuring as I did after the war. I grew up and became impulsive and stupid and, you know, like he was when he was younger. Now, my papa lives comfortably back in Brightfall. Oh, that does beg the question, though. Miss Ishri, right?
Yes.
You're trying to get home, and your home is in the Shadowfell, and the Shadowfell, your home, I don't directly understand. It's a bit above my head, honestly. But if the Shadowfell is here, why are you leaving? Exactly.
Well, I think from my understanding, the Shadowfell is kind of everywhere that here is. And I'm really just leaving to keep my friends safe, especially if the world is going to, you know, eventually light on fire. And you know, I want to.
I'm sorry, what?
Do what I can about the
You're burying the lead a bit here. The world's going to light on fire. What?
I mean, I'm I'm not really sure, but we're going to do something about it, so don't worry.
That's not... Okay, why is the world lighting on fire? Why do you think the world's lighting on fire, Ishri? Is this something I should be worried about? Is this something anyone should be worried about? Is this something everyone should be worried about?
I am drawing a blank on what Ishri is referring to.
Are you fucking kidding me? You forgot the end of the world prophecy?
We tried to think if anyone told Ishri to not talk about that. I don't know if they did, so...
Why? Alex! Being with
Listen.
Ishri means you damage control for the things she says.
Oh.
You have to understand this by now.
So, I'm sorry, the world... Why? What? Please
I think
continue.
it was an old woman said something about a world lighting on fire, but we've
Oh,
precautions.
well,
We're gonna take
that's...
yes.
That's nothing to worry about. We're gonna take care of it.
For some reason, I feel like people who I have to escort out of the country are probably not in a position to be dealing with world-ending fire. I'm supposed to trust that you're just going to take care of it when you can't even get out of the country yourself?
We are much more competent than we look.
Really? She's just kind of flabbergasted at this point. I mean, I've heard the stories that you're very
Lenore is a
competent.
hard country to get out of. And I mean, we did get out of it once, just
Your friend
in the wrong direction.
Owen was just walking with horses on water, and you're saying it was hard to get out? Could you not have just loaded up some packs with food and taken horses? What is going on here? At this point, she's genuinely starting to look a little nervous.
I suppose we could have, but there's... We gotta go to a specific place for a friend. So it's more convenient this way.
Well, that's
Safer.
a lot to risk up at Fort Siege and the like for convenience, isn't it?
Rum shrugs. She does a big shrug.
She turns back to Ishri. So tell me more about this prophecy of fire engulfing the world.
Oh, I have no idea. I didn't understand any of it. That's all I got out of it.
Well, reassuring if nothing else. There is a awkward silence, and if you guys do not initiate, she says nothing else for the rest of the boat ride.
Oh god, I feel kind of bad. Now is when I feel bad. Not before.
I guess, Rom will bring up, so where exactly is this ship of yours?
Wait, can they?
What I can see, everyone just sort of disappeared.
Can they
well,
see Owen just
at this
standing
point, and she kind of looks
on the
over her
water?
shoulder. If you look right over there, about 5 degrees north, you kind of have to squint. You'll see your friend Owen and 3 horses standing in the middle of the ocean.
Oh, yes.
They're
okay,
very
there he is.
inconspicuous.
Rom waves.
Is Owen busy at the moment, or?
I
does he
mean,
see-
you've got 3 horses and an endless amount of water that they can stand on. Other than corralling them, you don't really have anything to do.
Do any of the horses try to drink the water?
They're not stupid.
If they did that, would they bonk their face on the water?
No, it's water walking. They would presumably still be able to drink it.
So if they
as soon as they do, they
horses-
recognize it's not like...
Horses would be able to smell that it is salt water and would not try to drink it.
Yeah, they would like...
So only their feet stay above water? Does that mean if they like rolled down onto their side, their entire upper body would be submerged, like hanging them from their feet?
No, magic's smart enough to know logic.
Okay.
So, is it like
It's
we
near
can't
there.
see it?
Sure, we'll go with that.
Rob just kind of like narrows her eyes. So, it's invisible?
She gives a curt nod.
Ishri glances around, detect magic. I guess it has to be within 30 feet, but she glances.
As you get to within 30 feet of Owen, you detect magic exuding from the horses. Nick can tell you what school it is. I think it's transmutation? Alteration?
It's transmutation. I haven't looked up.
It's transmutation.
Okay. All right. And that is all.
I do like to think that, like, underneath, you know, the kind of surface level, this is what kind of magic it is. Owen's magic has, like, its own kind of corona of, like, light to it.
Yeah, it's not like when I describe, like, that dark, overbearing magic. There's more of a warmth to it, much like the Bless. But no, you don't detect anything else, except you do detect magic coming from the short bow on her back.
Oh.
Evocation.
It's a very nice bow you have.
Given to me by a friend a long time ago. She pauses for a moment and scratches her chin. I don't actually know what happened to him. Nobody's still out there somewhere. Right. Anyway, at this point, she kind of, like, waves towards Owen as well. Can you, start tying them up? Or just hold the boat so it doesn't go anywhere? I need to go let, people on board know something. And she very quickly, like, as it slams up against the side of nothing, she begins, you guys just see her start quickly climbing up and beginning to disappear until she fades and is gone.
Owen nods to her, and then he casts a quizzical look over the two women in the boat. Like, did she seem, like, concerned? Or, like, in a hurry?
She was definitely in a hurry, yes.
What did
Ron
you say
is,
to
like,
her?
Scrambling for something to hold on to.
Well, I might have told her about the fire in the world bit.
Oh.
She didn't take it well.
Oh.
I said we were going to take care of it, but she didn't seem to believe me.
I mean, she doesn't know us, Ishri. If she took you seriously, she might be scared.
I suppose, yes. But she was asking about why I was staying with you all and why we were traveling here. I just want to be honest. She already knew so much.
I don't.
Well, I'm sure the world has almost ended plenty of times. Why would this be special?
I mean, no matter how many times from the world has or has not been on the brink, I don't imagine it's an everyday occurrence and should be cause for concern.
She just, like, shrugs and vaguely looks around like she's hoping the ship will just magically appear.
As you are looking around, those of you on the deck, three of you, the two of you working, and...
Hang on, during that time, where is Logan? Where's Simon? Or is Simon in relation to the working boys?
I would say probably Simon is just watching. And I'm
Did he pull out a stun chair?
More or less.
He has
He's there.
con-
If you look at him and like, hey, can we get your input or whatever, he would be there to help. But he's not like
Walker, like, I don't know, like 20 minutes into that would like just like without looking over to say, Simon.
Just doesn't work anymore, William.
He would shout Simon's name. It's so depressing.
Simon would then walk on over. What do you?
It's occurred to me to ask. I don't suppose you have any horse lifting spells, do you?
Oh, actually, and he opens up his book. It's like, yeah, right. Flips 2 pages, right? No, I don't.
Walker stares at Simon. There's a hint of anger on his face, but it's at himself for having believed the fucking guy for a half second. He just gets back to fucking work without saying anything else.
And as this is happening,
actually, I could reduce their size. That would work.
Is something you can do for all the horses?
No.
No?
No. It would be 1. Actually, wait, I can't even do it today. Never mind.
Right.
We can do it tomorrow.
Simon. And Walker keeps working.
Simon's having a rough time, man. He's been going through some shit since before Verona. Oh, as you guys are having this conversation, you see Jay Mickett very quickly, almost like acrobat-like, hop over the railing and like full on like 360 flip over it. And as she's like about to reach her ground, she just disappears again. No one else really reacts to this.
Walker's not reacting to this. He's busy fucking working.
About a minute later, she's back and climbing down the ladder.
Cool.
Right, you guys see her appear again as she starts climbing down. You can all start climbing up again, motioning towards Ishri and Rom.
Is something wrong, Captain?
Nothing's wrong at all. Just needed to apprise my crew of things.
Inside check that bitch.
Yeah, something is obviously
I would
spooked
also
her.
like to insight check that.
We can't hear them.
We can't
maybe we
hear
can?
them.
Maybe
No.
we can?
Well, you can hear conversation, but like you're definitely
no,
not
we're pretty-
interacting
we're-
enough to insight. You're busy.
Are we on the opposite side of the ship?
Yeah, you would be actually.
Yeah.
So
Can I make my roll then?
go ahead.
Can Ishri as well?
Oh my god! Nick!
Go ahead, Ishri.
You know what's great is I rolled a
How about-
fucking 1 and I still almost got. God damn it!
How about me and my -1 modifier?
Go ahead. Why
Yeah,
not?
that's
Can't
one.
get much worse.
Nice.
You say that. You say that.
Nice.
Yeah.
So what did Ishri find out?
She's acting weird. She's not really making it obvious what she's weirded out by, but she's weirded out by something here. Doesn't seem like any danger, as far as you can read, but who's to say, Owen? This is a strange invisible magic ship. Who's to
That I
say?
still haven't seen.
Yeah.
Is this related to the to the thing I said about the world on fire? Like I said, we're gonna handle it. It'll be fine.
I'm not saying I don't believe that I'm not saying that I don't believe that you believe you're going to handle it. Only that I don't believe you can handle it. That this is going to require a more drawn-out conversation once everyone's aboard and on the same page. If that's all
I would
right.
welcome it.
Good. And she, begins, like, once you guys are starting to climb up, you see once more the ship materialize in front of you as you're climbing up it. Oh!
Before the... Well, I guess I can't really speak to them without her. Like, how... In Owen's very limited experience, like when Simon climbed up, was he clinging to an invisible ladder before he disappeared, or was it kind of an immediate thing? So Owen will say, Ishri, could you hold on a second?
Okay. Yes.
And he waits. He waits for Jane to start rowing away before he speaks.
He is rowing away.
Not a word about the Lumine Summit.
No, I know that. Yes.
It is not our place to reveal them.
Yes, they were incredibly secretive while I was there. Wouldn't even let me look around. Blindfolded me the whole time. Yes. No. I know.
Well, that being said, I'd love to hear what happened. If you're willing to tell me.
Of course.
At some point.
Yes. I suppose maybe when I'm not hanging off the side of a invisible fortress against the scary sea monsters. But maybe we're all together later on this ship.
Owen smiles at Ishri and nods. That's it.
She climbs up.
You climb up, and that leaves us with the
Question.
last two. You guys are given the same onboarding basics, which, again, I will go over once everyone's there, from Mr. Bellamy.
Does Ishri go help the boys afterwards?
Oh yeah, she has no idea what she's doing because no one's ever built anything in front of her ever before, but she tries.
That's the spirit.
Walker will make sure she's not doing anything that can accidentally run the project.
Usually, that's the usual asking a ton of questions, way more than is necessary.
It's not so much ruining it as it is slowing it down because of the amount of questions and learning that she's trying to do.
The responses are very similar to that time Ishri and Walker had their fun little adventure. It's all the most immediate, direct responses.
You can give her better responses?
What?
Evian's just the human vice. I mean, he sort of knows what's happening.
Evian knows what he's doing. He does
He's
not know
a
how to
great
explain
teacher.
what he's doing.
Exactly.
He's not a teacher in any capacity. So, as you guys go over that a little while later, Amari, you and Rick waiting for the last boat.
Yep.
She arrives back. Well, this is going to be quite the, and Rick is, like, dragging the wheelbarrow full of weapons through the sand on the beach.
Will that fit?
Oh, of course it will. Might be a little bit close, but... She goes in and, like, under the seat, she pulls out, like, a net and puts it over the weapons so they don't spill or anything. And, her and Rick, like, she, like, starts lifting it and she, like, looks to you. Oh, could you please give me a hand, then?
Sure.
And
Amari will help, and as he helps, he summons his gelatinous appendage to help with him.
That's weird. All right. Haven't seen that before. Right.
Yeah. It's supposed to be a hand, but I just couldn't get it to do.
Yes. Well, it's certainly something. All right. Oh, keep that dagger in, and oh, here we go. And like with Rick on one end, and then I'm imagining like Amari and Jane are each lifting up one of the arms of the wheelbarrow. It like into the middle. Rick just immediately before she can say like, right, I'm gonna be rowing. I'm not taking no for an answer. You get in the back. Like, well, I guess I can't complain. I mean, I don't want to be the one standing while I row like you're gonna have to, so it's your shit and your problem and your funeral.
Alright.
So, she turns first to Rick. With your niece going out of the country, he just... Me and wanting to get her. Sure, she told you all about the fucking family we're getting out of. She really didn't, but... Well... They're pretty much the worst. Worst of the worst. And, to be honest, not much left in this country worth staying for. For me, anyway. For her, maybe. But for now... Rom's got things she wants to do. At this point, she goes, this, things she wants to do, what exactly does that mean? This kind of at both of you.
What was the question again? I was... well, I didn't underhear. Sure.
Bitch, did you just have a brain fart?
Yes. I apologize.
Jesse, what is Rom trying to do getting out of the country?
I don't know what she's doing specifically. I'm just along for the ride, really. I've gone to a lot of places, being a translator. But I've never really gotten to experience those places. I got a very...
You're sightseeing.
Yeah, kinda.
You're risking life and limb. You could be a translator and you could make a great...
Well, they're my friends. I want to help them with what they're doing, and what they're doing is going to dangerous places, and I can...
She doesn't look... Yeah, she looks flabbergasted at this.
Listen,
I suppose
I don't make
can't
the best decisions.
disagree. I definitely cannot disagree there, but if nothing else, at least it says nothing if not about loyalty, I suppose, but you're certainly one of the most interesting groups of people I've ever met. She just kind of narrows her eyes a bit and speaks to Rick has his back. He's like awkwardly like half kneeling, half standing while he rows because of the giant wagon full, or the giant wheelbarrow full of weapons. And he's got his back to her. She's in the back of the dinghy or in the front. Just kind of, so Rom's trying to help out as well then with this whole friends thing. Feels like yeah, it's not my place to talk about it, but she's her own person. We just happen to get back in touch and have a way out. I mean, truth be told, I raised her more than her dad ever did, so I feel like I gotta protect her. Well, even if she doesn't need else. She's got friends who can kick my ass 8 ways to Prozda. And he like motions at the multitude of bruises that Evian gave him a few days ago. So, is there anything else that, you don't have any goals? You're just along for the ride, Mari?
Yep. He gives like a small smile.
She just kind of mutters to herself and just shakes her head. Were only life so simple for all of us? Nothing worth staying in Verona or Lenore at all for?
Well, I have a couple of friends there, but yeah.
And you're you're the other big mage that they kept talking about. Are we expecting any worries about that? Anything unexpected? Anything?
I'm helpful.
That is very unexpected looking at you.
Yeah. I'm also really good at never mind.
No, please continue. You're good at what?
I blew the head off a werewolf once.
How?
Oh, like this. And he'll aim off the boat and just shoot an elemental beam off Off
Of
into
lightning?
the distance. Of lightning, yes.
Oh, it just goes flying off into the distance. Oh my god.
A 90-foot line of elemental energy just shooting out from his hands.
Rick is not ready. He doesn't like shit his
before he
pants, but he
does
just like he immediately like shudders and the whole like boat kind of rattles a bit for a second. He just a little bit more warning next time. This old man can't
Is there like a thunderous report?
I imagine it's decent, but not incredibly loud,
It's
right?
like a zap.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fairly
just the boy
quiet.
yelling,
It's just like a zap. I got other stuff I can do, but that's the go-to.
She gives just this, again, that slow blink of surprise. Other stuff. I mean, I've seen it all. I've seen, you know, explosions, things that damage my own ship as much as anything else. I'm not gonna have to worry about that, am I?
Nah, I'll be fine not to hit the ship.
And everyone
most
says
part.
that, and then all of a sudden there's a fireball in the hull. I've never really understood how that happens.
I can't do that. I don't know how to do that one.
Reassuring. What about your friend Simon? Anything I should worry about from him? You can
May
now,
hit
at this
allies
point, you can
sometimes.
see in the distance Owen on horseback, standing in the middle of the sea.
Now that's funny.
He's probably like at this point, like I imagine Lulaf's like tired of standing there, so he's just like
Trotting
prancing
around.
about. Yeah.
like a fucking like those zoos where it's like ride this horse.
Yeah, he's he's antsy.
Spirited.
Oh.
Indeed.
Let's just say if there was a lower animal handling check, Owen would have been spirited away.
Boo.
That was okay.
I need to add
didn't like it that
I
much,
need
but
to
it's
add
okay.
sound effects. That's getting added next on the docket. William, put
I
it on
think
the
Mitchell
list.
has a soundboard.
Put it on the list, William.
You fucker! I don't have that document open.
I
don't
what
have-
you wanted.
I'm also gonna need like audience applause and a
Listen,
badum
man, I don't have
tish.
games to play and things to watch and stuff to
Are
help.
We don't
Are
have
we gonna
time, William.
become
We
a
don't have time to
sitcom?
recite
Okay,
it. We don't have time to recite it.
List, also, funny farm hit list open then.
Well, now you do. We don't have time to
We do
recite it, though. Anyway, so, yeah, you see Owen out there trotting around with the horses kind of hanging out.
Now that's funny.
It's not what I would call subtle, but it works. About now, you guys, probably a couple minutes ago, you guys will have finished and been, like, testing the lift. It seems hefty enough. It seems like it'll probably work. Probably...
Is it like... Do they like lower the canvas bit and it just like materializes out of nothingness?
Essentially, yeah.
That's fucking weird.
But it's on
man.
the other side of the ship, so like you have to go, like, you see it and like, you know, you have to go around somewhere, but you don't know how big the ship is, you don't know how far around to go.
Owen like he finds the ship with an outstretched hand, like a blind man groping,
Yeah.
and he will like hold his hand out and just do a circuit of the ship.
God, I imagine with like all the bumps and just like the little jutting out parts and things, like he keeps smacking his hand, like even slowly, like, oh, ow, ow. There we go, there we go, there we go. And you circle around to the other side.
Splinter.
That's well taken care of. It doesn't, it's magic. It's magic. It doesn't have splinters.
Oh boy, does it have barnacles?
I don't know. You'd have to find out. You'd have to go down there and look.
No, the barnacles can't see it to attach to it, so it's fine.
Is how that works?
I don't think so. I don't think barnacles have eyes.
I mean, maybe these ones do.
So we've
Barnacles
lowered
turn invisible on the ship.
So we've lowered the funny thing to him?
Yes.
Walker keeps an eye on the structural integrity of the device while Evian does the heavy lifting.
Meanwhile, Rick is immediately like, I'll wait. I'll make sure my stuff gets up with... Like, yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. Motions to Amari as she, like, feels and motions to the ladder. Climb up here.
All right. Tries to find a foothold first and then climbs up.
And you do so. As you do, ship materializes around you.
Oh, that's weird.
She is up right behind you, and like almost. She pauses for a second, and like that. Just can you row it around to the other side? Just be careful not to hit the ship. It's pretty large. And Rick just, yeah, I got it, and starts rowing around to the other side while she climbs up. And as she gets up, like right behind you, Amari, you turn around and you just see her disappear as she gets into view.
Just kind of squint at that.
Anyway, so, you are onboarded. Goodrick Bellamy at your service. Hello.
Mari
He
still
holds your hand to shake it.
He holds my hand to shake it.
Yeah, he holds his hand out to shake yours.
Is he threatening Amari?
He's got a gun.
You bitch, I'll hold your hand.
He's aimed at the camera.
And you guys shake hands, and he just... Alright, so, as I've been telling everyone, we've got enough room for all of you to each have your own private quarters, but they're not the biggest, not the best. We're, he thinks for a moment, about 60, 70 men deep now. Not a full ship, but close. You all have any questions for me, for anything about the ship's operation, expected times of activity, anything like that?
Is Owen on the ship yet? Or is this to Amari specifically?
This would be to everyone who's on the ship at this point. I would say everyone but Evie and Walker. Yeah, Evie and Walker, you guys would hear this conversation but not be immediately in it. Owen, you would be... I assume you're going up last and making sure the other horses go up first.
Fully knowing I can't do it anymore.
Because it's funny.
Me.
Did they kick Ishri out from helping?
No. I mean, she could stay. Like, Walker wouldn't tell her to leave, but, you know. She probably wouldn't be taking... I don't think she'd have an active role in the current production.
You all have any questions at all for me? At this point, he turns back to towards Walker and Evian, and you all have any questions for me over there?
Fucking
I don't
bitch.
believe so.
Hate you all. Hate you all.
He's so
William's mad.
He's
mad. Let's see if I can.
Mad.
See if I can. Not at all.
It's not bad, but it sounds like a tunnel more than anything.
Yeah, it sounds bad.
You need to show me what that sounds like later. Anyway.
I mean, you could just listen back to the session.
That'd be more difficult to find the specific thing.
Anyway. 2 hours, 8 minutes.
Fuck you. Anyway.
Fuck you.
That's how Walker replies while he's still helping Owen with the funny horses.
Got any specific rules that we should know about?
He considers for a moment. Well, more often than not, as long as you're listening to the people who are the proper crew here, and specifically AC Beckett, then you're probably in good hands for what to do. Don't dilly-dally in people's way. Help out if you're asked. Pauses. Right. He looks specifically to Amari. Is there anything you can assist us with? In particular?
Probably not. You got a need for a translator? Got any people who don't know how to speak well in Lenorian?
For the most part, we speak a mixture of Garish and Lenorian, though the AC, she speaks Alabasterian in particular. But no, I do not believe we have need of a translator at the moment. We may. And you are, at this point, he does call to everyone, which everyone but Owen would hear. As Owen is still, the winches they're coming up. It's a little, it's not touch and go, but it's definitely a little like, 3 horses is probably gonna be enough, one at a time. Owen probably shouldn't ride one of the horses up on the same lift. But he calls out to all of you and just, right, I would ask that you all give me confirmation now that if we do end up seeing any sort of combat, we can rely on you to be at the front lines with us.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yes.
If you saw that light coming from us rowing up here, that was me.
He kind of scratches his head a bit, and as he does, he conjures light into his hand. Light?
He does the same. Mage off, bitch. How many cantrips you got?
Damage just looks at both of them and just sighs.
I'm sure you have nothing to worry about on that front. We are a formidable team.
He narrows his eyes just a bit. I hope so, but with luck we won't see any sort of combat. But if we do get orders that require us to go off course, that will be something that we will need to discuss with you. Oh, I do not imagine we won't be going somewhere towards Garishwan. Is that all amicable?
Sure.
Of course.
At this point, 2 of the horses are up. And, like, I imagine when you're still down there with Luath, the other 2 horses are like, they're okay. They've probably never been on, like, the deck of a ship like this before.
Owen makes sure to send up the wheelbarrow so that he can let Luath run a little bit before he's confined to the hold of a ship for the foreseeable future.
Okay.
As soon as like each of the 2 first horses get up, Walker would yell for Simon and then Ram to handle them and make sure they're not causing a mess on the boat.
Sure, absolutely.
I'd imagine when it gets to like the thing of weapons, Evian is fucking struggling to get it up.
I don't think those will be heavier than a horse.
I
It's
feel
not
like
the only
it
time
is.
he's struggling to get it up.
He has so many weapons.
I did hear your joke, Mitch. It was decent.
Thank you.
I just want you to know you were seeing.
I'd just
want
like
you
to
know
say
you
that
were
I feel like out of everyone in this party, Evian is the least likely to have erectile dysfunction.
Moving
I
on.
don't know, man. He's a big man.
Well, I mean,
No, that's a lot of blood
actually,
flow.
I think Ishri and Ram beat him on the not having erectile. Do they have dicks?
Moving on.
Moving on.
I don't think
Would you
the
like to
wheelbarrow
know?
is that heavy.
I would.
Ben, do you have a number for this wheelbarrow?
7.
100?
Sure. I don't know. It's not that heavy. It's not as heavy as a horse.
Oh,
Exactly.
It's more wobbly, which is the biggest problem, but like, again, Rick is on, like, you unhook the fucking thing, you hook up the dinghy to lift it up and unload it, so.
Right.
Eventually Rick, unloaded, he just kind of like brushes off his hair and kind of like wipes out just the, the spray of salt water from it and just, ain't gonna get used to something fancy like this. And he immediately turns to Bellamy. There's the captain. I need to go thank her for such hospitality. And Bellamy just, oh no, she's busy with something. She'll be around shortly. And a moment later, she appears on deck. Right, these 2 horses of yours, are they good to go down to the hold?
Should be.
Do they seem alright?
As amicable as 2 horses that are on the deck of a ship that's slightly rocking could be? Probably.
I think so.
And in an instant, they both disappear.
Oh fuck, they probably don't like that.
You hear a slight neighing coming from below deck.
Well. Interesting.
I have a couple of deckhands down there. They're preparing some hay and things. Hopefully it will be a comfortable enough stay.
Am I there yet?
Yeah, you'd probably be coming up about this time.
So we're bringing up Luaf while Owen walks around to climb manually.
So Owen climbs up as Luoth is pulled up. You guys get up. You are on the deck of the ship now.
And we finished. Is she expecting us to take this fucking contraption down, or what?
No. I mean, you had to unhook the thing to get the dinghy up, and then unhook the dinghy to get the thing back down, so... I do thank you. Having another lift is never a bad thing at all, so... Appreciate already the work that you're dedicating to that. She holds her hand out again for Owen. Shaking it, going for a... trying to shake his hand and just... Mr. Owen, I trust your time with the horses on the water was safe and comfortable?
Worked better than I expected it to. But if there's no... Unless there is a pressing need, I would like to see them below decks.
The other two you don't even see anywhere at this point already.
I've had some bad experiences sailing with horses.
Very well. Do you want to check on them as well? Make sure they're all settled in?
Aye.
She nods and Luoth disappears. A few seconds later, you disappear and appear below deck in a large room covered mostly in hay. It looks like a roughly makeshift barn.
What does it feel like to be spirited away?
It's weird. It's like, it feels like you're not moving like everything else is. Like 1 second you're just standing there and then everything else is just different. It's just like in an instant, less than a blink.
Does it feel like when Lokar teleported us into the middle of the fort?
No, that was much more... That felt like you were moving or being transported. This is much more sudden and, like, quicker, even, if that makes sense. Like, you could feel yourself moving when Lokar did it. This is much more just, like getting a sense of, like, almost like, fuck, my words are failing me for once in my life. That sense of, losing the word, but you get, like, not lightheaded, but, like, there's just a second where you're like, whoa, because, like, everything is different.
A little bit of vertigo.
Vertigo is the word I was looking for. Thank you.
Owen puts out a hand to steady himself, but he quickly recovers and begins, not feverishly, he hurriedly begins inspecting the horse's feed.
Give me an investigation check.
Okay. Is it... Since I know that it was like hemlock last time, and that is an herbal thing, is there anything like my proficiency in herbalism or nature or expertise with plant-related matters would confer to me?
I will say that A, it will lower the DC on whether or not anything is going to look weird in the feed, and B, it'll be more helpful if you need to identify anything weird.
It's not great.
You know what? This is a good session to get him out of the way. Low stakes. No one's trying to kill you. Good session to have garbage rolls.
I don't know. Losing
I don't know.
Seems like a decently high stake.
Let me tell you, man, it's gonna break my heart when Owen has to smite Jane for poisoning his horse. That's gonna break my heart.
It'll break my heart when she fucking doesn't let it happen, and she has to kill Owen.
I mean,
Anyway,
she'll have a great life in the Shadowfell, I guess.
Implying she can't just fucking Bamfamari away.
She doesn't know.
Oh God, she doesn't. Oh.
Yeah, what's she gonna do when fucking Walker just slits Amari's throat? And she just she's just like, whoa, dude, whoa, calm down. We're just having dinner.
Oh,
fuck.
It'd be even funnier if nothing happened. Just throwing that out there.
Whoa, chill out, dude.
Just fucking slits him.
And she just keeps eating.
No fucking reason.
Anyway.
Amari's just dead on the ground.
Hang on, who was it? Was it Evian?
Oh. Anyway, so
my gosh,
Owen, it seems as nice as a makeshift barn for horses on a ship can be. By the way, you can't really, like, now that you're down here, like, you know the ship's big? You're not sure how big. Like, you're just down here.
I don't think that's really, like, maybe it's like on the outskirts.
Yeah,
of
yeah, it's one of those things where, like, you
but,
can feel
he's-
that, though. Like, damn, it's a big ship.
Are the deckhands that she mentioned, like, around?
Yeah, one of them is unloading from another, like, bushel of hay that's set up, like a bale of it, like cutting it open and starting to unload some of it. And, you know, they're getting some so they can lay, they're getting some nice good feed ready for them, all that good stuff. And they just kind of like, hello, Mr. Owen, is it?
Aye, the name's Owen.
How's it, here to inspect your horses, then?
More so, the accommodations, such as they are.
Well, these are about the best that we can get for, times, really. I mean, we've, redone a couple of, emotions. And, like, you could see at one point this was probably, like, a nice, like, dining room or a big, like, captain's quarters type of thing. One of the bigger places. One of the walls has been knocked out and replaced with, like, a barred gate so they can see out even at night. I mean, the goal was to make it feel as much like a, you know, as much like a barn as we could for the sake of, you know, I mean, horses aren't exactly happy to be at sea for long periods of time, even a few days.
At the very least, these three have... This is not their first voyage.
Oh, that's good news.
Vin, can I ask? Did the guy just imply that they turned this big fucking dining room into a barn just for us?
Seemed to be, yeah. I don't have any other words for that, but yeah, seems like it.
I trust that they'll be well taken care of, and I'll be by every day.
I mean, of course, you're free to, the rooms are, emotions out the thing. Like, the rooms you're gonna be staying in right down the hall if you want to, you know, see where you're staying.
Is he speaking Lenorian or Garish?
He's speaking Lenorian.
Okay. Just curious.
The other thing, yeah, you have enough passive perception. You can hear open water. Like, even though you know you're below deck, you can still hear open water and the creaking. Like, there's that, like, it sounds off, almost, down here.
What's that sound?
It, I mean, it opens up a bit down off to the, and, like, he turns so, like, his back is facing you and he's facing the exit. Off to the right there, it opens up. We've got a... I mean, just a motions for you to follow him. And, he pulls the gate open.
Satisfied that the horses are not going to be keeling over from poison in the near future, Owen follows this man.
Yeah, the worst thing you see here through your investigations is Luoth keeling over from fucking boredom.
Gives him a little pat before he exits the barn.
And you can see directly to your right, it opens up and there is another smaller ship docked within this large ship.
The fuck?
Owen whistles. Can Owen whistle? Owen can whistle.
Yeah, of course.
What do you mean? Can Owen whistle?
I can't whistle. Nick can't whistle.
I can barely whistle.
But
Kinda whistle.
it's my character in a fantasy world, and by God, he can whistle.
I don't know, Nick. I think you should roll to see whether or not you can whistle.
Can he whistle?
Let's roll to see.
No, fuck you.
You need to roll at least above average on HP to whistle.
Fuck you. I hate you.
Oh. Anyway, yeah, there is a smaller ship. It's, you know, maybe room for 10, 15 people.
Does it have a name?
It does not have a name that you can see on it right now.
Damn it.
Like, it may, but, like, it's very, like, it's locked up. There's, like, not even a foot or two between the edge of the ship and where it's attached to the ghost that you're in now. So you can't, like, see all the way down. There may be a name on it.
after getting over his initial incredulity, Owen will attempt to navigate back up to the deck.
In the meantime, is Jane up top?
After a moment, she is still up top, yeah?
Captain Beckett, I'm assuming you
Acting
got what you
captain,
wanted
please.
from... What'd you say?
Acting captain, please.
Acting Captain Beckett. I'm assuming you got what you needed out of our passage to the boat?
For better or for worse, I did, yes.
Walker narrows his eyes. What'd they say? He looks at the rest of the group. Sans Evian.
She gives this big, heavy sigh. Apparently, there's world-ending fire coming. And I'm not to be worried because you're dealing with it?
Walker just kind of rolls his eyes.
Guilty!
He looks at Rom. Ishvi, don't go telling everyone that.
But she was asking why we were coming, and she should know if things are going to happen. Prepare herself.
Believe what you want, acting captain. Those were the words of a... How to put it? Those were a odd prophecy translated from the ravings of a old mage who lived out in a tower by herself out of Dunrock. So if you choose to believe that, you may.
Are you not? Are you not here to deal with this?
We have our own problems to deal with.
And what are your own problems outside of trying to get to Nashtween?
That's fairly personal, don't you think?
Brought you aboard my ship. If you'd like to talk in private, we can.
Nothing more than familial issues. People who need finding.
Give me a persuasion check.
I don't suppose she's a cop, so my background feature helps.
Nah, she ain't no fucking narc.
Damn it.
Oh.
Here we go.
She doesn't seem interested in pressing it, at least right now. Oh. I would ask, what, Oh. She pauses for a moment and closes her eyes. Oh, and you are, as you were kind of talking and examining the ship, you are bamfed back up to the deck as you're trying to find your way
He was
up.
like probably like taking
he was like trying to get up to the main deck
something.
again. And just he's back up.
Did she
now.
put him like next to someone so he walks into someone?
She's next. She put him next to Walker, but in a way that like
he doesn't walk.
Yeah, like he'd walk forward a couple steps and like.
As he appears, Owen kind of like shakes his head a bit, and he says to Jane, "Well, that's going to take some getting used to."
That
doesn't
seems excessive.
I wanted to get this over with. Time is short, and we're going to need to be setting sail soon, so I would like to ask, make sure confirmation. Now that everyone's here, she turns around. Excuse me, now that everyone is here, that is, all of you. Making sure that you've all gathered around.
Sure we have at this point.
There is no, there is going to be no immediate return trip, no guarantee of access back into the country. This is your last chance to turn around if you're interested in staying. Not saying we won't be able to get you back in, but I have no guarantees on when or where.
Walker looks,
You're all amicable with this?
Walker meets the eyes of the other, party members.
Happy to leave here.
Rom takes a deep breath and just nods.
Rick nods as well and then begins ruffling Rom's hair like a 7-year-old boy.
Oh, excuse me. She just like swats his hands away.
We have gone through shadow and death to reach here.
Right.
There'll be a day I return, but I don't see that being soon.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that way we don't get anyone turning around. We are on a fairly tight schedule. So, next up, Where are we going?
I've thought about, I don't know, the quickest way, but Ben, does Owen think, seeing how we've boarded the ship, does he think it would be better to, like, does he know enough about the landscape north of Nashtuin that he thinks that would be a good spot to land, or does he think it would be better to sail to Arnduin instead? I imagine he's been to both places.
Yeah, the landscape around Nashtuin is very much valleys. Like, not heavy valleys, but like it's valleys and it's a little bit like it's plains and valleys. Occasional forests. The main risk would be whether or not the Red Band control the coast there. You're confident they don't fucking control Arnduin? Yeah.
How many days travel is it from Arnduin to Nashtuin?
There's a major fucking road, so you could probably do it in 3 days?
And if we are able to land safely and the Red Band don't control the coast, how many days from the coast directly north to Nashtuin?
Probably a day and a half. Directly south of him.
Alright, that's, yeah.
So what's the difference between the total time on each one?
Arnduin would also take longer to get to. That would be the
Yes.
other thing, because you have to go through the Garmord Strait.
Right.
Throwing at least like half a day. But if you're wondering about how long travel would be,
Let me make this easier for you. Do you have a map?
well, of course we have a map. And she produces, she bamfs away for a second, bamfs back with a table with a map on it of the Shine Gulf and accompanying places.
Owen kind of
Very
clears his throat.
fancy.
Owen kind of clears his throat, doing his best to ignore the just appearance, the materialization of exactly what he wanted.
Right, she was holding it.
I think I can help here, Nick. I think Walk would be the first one to point out that the spot here would be the closest to Nashtuin. If we landed here, it'd probably only be a day or so travel by foot.
I know the land well enough. I can guide us. Though, and Owen looks to Evian in particular. I don't know if you
This
wish
is-
to return home.
I have thought about it quite a bit. I think everyone back home already thinks that I am dead. And I told you one of the first couple weeks that I knew you that I would help you see this through to the end. And I intend to do that.
That was before you knew what was at stake. It was before I knew that you had a fiancée, Evian. Surely she deserves to know.
I mean, time is of the essence, no? We can't really afford to make stops.
Where is she?
The Aethers. In Ursa.
Owen motions to the map, inviting Evian to point.
Yeah, so, Van, really stupid question. I realized that I never actually wrote down, like, a specific location, just that it was the Ursa Aether. So I don't actually know where that is.
Where is this? What are you talking about?
Up in the Arkmora Isles, that's the thing, I don't know where...
You know which island?
No. I realize that now I literally don't know, like, I don't have I don't even have a name. I know it's in the Arkmord Isles. I don't know what part.
Let me double check. Quick. Double check
Thank you,
your notes and
Mr.
my
Bond.
notes.
It's not in my notes. Unless I'm somehow fucking missing them,
Oh,
like entirely, which is entirely possible, because I'm an idiot.
The Aether Ursa would be based out of... they are on the main... It is on Arkdune, the main island of
What
Arkmorda.
part is it?
Well, I believe that you landed in near Kjallar, and that's where you met.
Yeah, I landed there, but did I go somewhere? No, I guess I didn't.
So is it just Kjalor?
Kjallar.
Yeah.
Kjalor?
Kjallar? Kjallar? Sure.
No one really liked the Galar region.
Yeah, it would be around.
Yeah, so they would be based out of... They would probably... I imagine they have a temple. I would need to go into my other notes that I don't currently have open, that aren't opening right now. But it would be the mountains north of Kjallar. Is where they would train. Oh, yeah. Anyway. Yes, that would be outside of Kjallar, though. Does that sufficiently... Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes, it does sufficiently answer my question. Thank you.
I like this. I can pan the map in real time as we converse.
Ooh.
All right, that was still your scene, Mitchell.
Oh fuck! I guess it is.
So
I'm
Nick,
sorry.
Owen asked you to point to it.
Yeah, it would be, and Evian would point to roughly the back of Kjallar, which is quite a bit a ways from our end destination.
Well, that depends. Acting captain, what do you think?
This gives a... Please, you can call me AC.
Very well.
I mean, we can get you there if that's where you wish to go. We drop you off there. Arndween, further south. It depends. I'm probably going to have business out for the Xenostrakin after this. If the information's to be believed, I'll be meeting Marquez out there.
Give him our best when you do.
I always do give him my best. He taught me a lot of what I know. Not everything, but a lot. At least when it comes to the politics of the Shine Gulf.
Are we not in a rush to get to either Nash or Arndween?
I would like to be there yesterday, but this is not. One kind of like closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. Your fiancé has thought you dead for months now.
If it makes any difference, I would actually like to stop in Kjallar before we made our way to Arndween.
I mean, if everyone is okay with it, I would love nothing more.
I can certainly get you into Kjallar, but I do not know that I'd be able to stay to get you further south, so you would be on your own at that point. Possibly, if that's alright.
I must get to Nashdween.
Would it be that difficult to find a boat of our own at that point?
Probably
It's
not.
not
I
It's
mean,
not
if
a
we
matter of
travel
finding a boat,
south,
it's a matter of time at that point. What if there are no captains going south?
if it is a matter of travel, could we not move south to the rally point and then find a ship just across the strait and travel on foot the rest of the way?
Traveling on foot that far would most likely be slower than taking a ship.
Not if we bought more horses.
I'm not so sure about that.
For my copper, I would say that you're going to have a lot of hard time finding horses for sale that are going to be any good for you, given the war effort.
True. I did not think about that.
Frankly, I'm still surprised you have 3 from here. Though I imagine you stole them from someone that didn't need them.
I wouldn't
Did
say that.
not. We paid good money for these horses.
Surprising, I thought they would have been sent south with the Sun's Chosen.
I mean, it's possible that who we bought them from stole them, but I don't think so.
Well, offense is offense is offense. She gives a little smile. As you
Moving
guys,
on.
As you guys continue talking, we're gonna go ahead and take our last break of the night. Okay?
Oh, okay.
We're back,
So
baby.
So I believe Jane said some stupid bullshit, and Walker said, "Moving
Hey,
on." What?
being mean.
She actually made a joke, Alex. That's what I'm referring to.
Yes. She said, you know,
Anyway.
offense is offense is offense.
Yeah. So when Walker said, "Moving on,"
Yep.
We still need to know where we're going to go. Do we have any idea what our actual time frame is? When do we need to be done, Owen? When do we need to be there by?
Owen kind of makes a non-committal gesture.
Those are my
It
favorite
was-
kinds.
It was... How long ago did we leave Verona? A week? 2?
Around.
That was when I last messaged my mother. And she told me that the Kins would be marching soon.
Well, why don't you find out? When
Owen
soon
kinda-
is.
Owen kind of like... he pinches the bridge of his nose and frowns again. I do not have that much magic left. If I speak to her now and she is not clear, then I will not be able to talk to her until tomorrow.
I don't see that as any reason not to try. If you're worried about dangers on these waters, you still have plenty of people to rely on here. At that, the boat's invisible. I don't think you have much to worry.
As long as you're still able to defend yourself in the event that... We haven't, we've come across a few taken ships and liberated them.
Taken by who?
The Red Band, mostly. Well, the Sun's Chosen.
So you're expecting us to fight the Sun's Chosen if we see them? We're not going to try to just go by?
If they've captured Agara's ship, we intend to liberate it. We may not be on the side of Gahrland, but we still believe in their fight and their freedom.
As far as I'm aware, the Sun's Chosen are being told to stand down.
That would explain
That's
why
what
we
they
haven't
said.
seen anything lately, then. On top of that, though, there are many who have seen this as an opportunity to attack merchants in the dangers of... It's not exactly that the Arkmorda Navy can patrol all willy-nilly anymore.
So you intend to
Pirates are a danger.
do battle
we
with
get.
any pirate we see on these waters?
I intend to protect people who deserve protecting. If you have a problem with that, well, I did already ask if you'd be a willing fighter.
Not a problem, just something that's prudent to know.
Owen, when she says that, Owen looks approvingly at Jane.
Either way, I still think you should do it, Owen. Having more information before we decide, before we set our course, it'd be for the best.
Very well. Give me a moment to compose myself.
Have to pick your words carefully, correct?
I
Gives a quick nod. Godric is much the same. Understand it all too well. Do you like some privacy? I can send you down to your room.
that won't be necessary.
While Owen is composing his thing, Walker looks over the map towards the coastal cities. The people I'm looking for are on the coast. Visiting as many cities on the way there would be ideal, though I know we're on a time crunch. We have more than one reason to visit Kalar because of that. Evian.
Yeah.
Where would she? It was your fiance. Where would she be?
Just past it inland in the mountains.
How long would it take to get to her?
Fen?
Half a day at Mount. Well, you probably would have lived in Kjalar at that point. Like, your training would have taken place inland, but
so it would have been like a nice daily commute sort of thing.
Yeah, like you would have lived at Kjalar.
Okay. Inside the city.
So, not more than a few hours then?
No.
Hmm.
But as much as I want.
Acting captain. If we're, would you be willing to take us there and and wait for us a few hours before we move on? Would that be impossible for your time frame?
I don't like to make my ghost sit for very long in conspicuous places like the Byra Bay. There's something that we can find out needs doing there. We could probably send the away ship.
I feel like, as much as I want to stop, time is of the essence at this point. I do not think it is a wise decision to delay us at all.
Well, in the end, it is your decision, but I would hope you come to one soon. We can set off, but we'd need to know by morning which direction we're heading. If we're heading more south, more west, north.
Hopefully we'll have an answer in just a few minutes here, Walker says, glancing to Owen.
At that, Owen, he's been kind of like, his eyes have been closed, his brow furrowed in concentration. And then he kind of, he sort of nods to himself, and then he turns to face roughly southwest. He stares out over the sea, and he says in Garish, his words echoing over the waters. We've boarded the ship that will take us home. Has my letter arrived? How much time do we have before the Kin's march? Love, Owen. This is directed towards his mother, Ben.
If you could also just paste it in the chat so I have it.
Yeah. In the Foundry chat?
Yeah, we've retired in-game. We're using Foundry for that now.
This is exactly 25 words.
Damn, you're being efficient today.
Right.
Are magical.
You had to have enough for the love, Owen.
Yeah.
It's important.
It would be
so
fine if
we
you
got-
you were cutting out just random words just to make it fit. We've
Let's all
boarded
take
ship.
take a quick break and call our mothers.
It's just 1:30 in the morning. My mom's asleep.
My mom's still awake, and she's a floor above me. I could just knock on the ceiling.
All right. There is that moment of, message received, but human beings require time to think and compose their message back.
You must be getting very used to this at this point.
Good. Got your letter. I don't doubt its authenticity. I fear it will make us look weak to avoid fighting. Not long. A week or two at most. And that's about the gist of what you get before it cuts off.
Hold on, I'm feverishly transcribing.
For better or worse, it's that garish spirit.
So there's a moment where Owen is just he's still looking almost wistfully towards the southwest, and then his expression changes. It goes from like relief to contentment, and then to concern. And again, his brows kind of furrow, and he frowns, and he looks around at everybody, and his gaze settles on Walker, and he says, "She says we do not have long, a week or two at most."
Walker looks to Jane. How long will it take us to get here? He points at the map.
Pointing near north of Nashtween.
That's right.
Probably do it in... She thinks for a second. 3 days? 3.5, maybe. Don't underestimate her. This ghost is very fast.
Then let's not delay any further.
Right then. She turns and nods at Bellamy, who immediately gets up to the wheel and... Right! We set sail north of Nashtween immediately! And you just see as... Like, these people are fucking military efficiency, not a single wasted movement. As they immediately start bringing up the dual anchors, one in the front, one in the back. They start hoisting the sails, pivoting them, and in fucking record time. Those of you who've been on ships, you have never seen a ship this efficiently fucking ran. It is off to the fucking races.
Does she take the funny map?
I mean, not right now.
She just fucking leaves it on.
Like,
I don't know if anyone
well, she
else
didn't
does
go
any-
anywhere. She's still here with you. Like,
Walker places his hands on either side of the table. I'm guessing it's a table just big enough for the map. He places his
it's a
hands on
little
either
bigger,
side,
yeah.
staring down at the map itself, memorizing the location of every port city he sees. He just stands there staring at the map.
As the sailors begin to mobilize, Owen first looks up at Evian, attempting to make eye contact, and then he puts a hand on Walker's shoulder. There's pain in his face, and he says to both of them, "Sorry."
That's what we signed up for.
The lives of the many, as they say.
Fret not. Sure, this won't be the last we'll see of each other. Sure, you'll call upon my need again, or I'll have need of you. If you're as capable as you seem to think yourselves to be. Gives
As
a
I
little
have said,
smile.
we have all been through shadow and death to get here.
Couple of
Marquez
fucking
finds you
red
capable,
bandana
I'm sure I do too.
I'm sure in time you'll see what we're capable.
So, your quarters then. Would you like me to send you or show you?
I'd prefer to be shown if that's alright.
Aye.
Sure, it'd help us get our sea legs little.
She gives a little smile, and Rick gives a nod. Yeah, we got a place for the weapons. Just they'll be taken care of. No worries. You guys follow her down to a second deck and then to a third deck. The third deck down. And you recognize where you were. And you guys see at the end of the hallway, like there's rooms on both sides. You can hear the sounds and smell of horses further down on the right. But at the end, you see the smaller ship docked inside of the larger one. right. There are 5 on this side, and she motions to the right, which would be the port side of the ship, because you're looking towards the stern. Yes. To the right, port side, there are 5, and on the starboard side, there are 2.
Even I'll take the further one on the starboard.
Walker will take the first one on the starboard, I guess.
Make notes of where you're sleeping, please. Just in case.
As did Walker or Evian just take the room closest to the horses?
Walker took closest to where they were standing.
So no, those would be furthest away from the horses.
Can we, like, arrange ourselves on the map or something?
Sure.
Is starboard right or left?
Right.
Starboard is right.
Okay, where
Port
the fuck
and
are
left
we?
have the same amount of letters.
Where are the
left
character
side,
icons?
our left side.
They're over
Oh,
on the
Jesus.
left.
Yeah, so Walker would be the first on the right side. Which side had 2 and which one had 5?
Starboard had 2, port had 5.
Was it like 1, 2, or is it like...
Horses over here. Ship over here.
What?
What?
Oh. Did we appear at the top?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess Walker would be in that.
Alright.
I'm very confused. Oh, the secondary ship. Okay, I get it.
Oh, that's what you meant.
Yeah, down at
I
the end of
didn't
the
get that at
hallway.
all.
Second ship. I was like, why are the rooms outside of the
So
ship?
Amari gets
I was wondering
a-
why you put it down there instead of up here, around the
Wait,
side.
are we missing a room for Uncle Rick?
He was going Rom, right?
There are 7 rooms. The rooms are decent size. Who's bunking with Rick?
Walker
Yeah,
doesn't
those-
doesn't ask, doesn't tell, and he fucking just goes in. And closes
Rick
the door.
just instinctively goes in the room with Rom.
Yeah, no problem.
Look at
Hope I'm
Rom
not,
sharing a room with her uncle.
Peyton.
She showers with her grandpa too.
There's a joke I could make there, but I don't want to.
Don't.
Right, well, it's a shame it's gonna be so cramped up in here. You know, it's the price of travel, right?
Are the doors open? Can I hear him?
Yeah, you can.
You could always sleep with the horses.
Damn, he beat me to it.
Nice.
You see him spitefully
My power
walking
just went
down.
out.
You see him spitefully walking down the hallway towards the horses.
Oh, God.
Then how are the rooms?
They're simple but nice. They're the size of they're the size of like, the size of a low quality in room, but they're about the quality of a medium quality in room. There's not a lot of rock. Like, it's a very steady ship. It's big enough that like the small
done.
waves you don't really feel. So,
Huh, that's nice. Walker will begin setting out his things for the few days he'll be staying here.
Evian throws his bag onto the floor.
Ishri does the same, and then she walks over to Owen's room right away. It looks like they're leaving us alone for the rest of the night or whatever, right?
I mean, it's evening at this point, but up to you. Like, it's late evening. If you had something you needed to talk to him about, they're just kind of leaving you right now.
She's gonna knock first on Owen's door.
Owen's door is actually open. He's also like putting things away and unpacking his bag, but he doesn't. His door is open, and he looks cheerful, in a better spirits than he usually is.
Nick, is the first thing Owen does is look for the Bible in the bedside table.
No, the first thing he does is grow vines on the walls. They're already
Yeah,
green.
exactly. He makes it into a nice little Owen cave.
There's no door.
Funny.
It's just fucking vines that are like those beads you have to walk through.
Oh, fuck.
You do see he's already set out. If there is a like shelf or something where it's not going to fall off, he's set out a jar of flowers.
Yeah, no, there's room. Like I said, it's steady enough. As part of the onboarding, they did say they'd warn you if there's gonna be very choppy seas and you need to batten down anything, but
like the hatches.
Just a quick question before I continue with this. Ishri bought a very large potted aloe plant at one point in time.
Did you take that with her?
I would assume, yeah, she took it with her.
Yeah. I want to make sure it got on the ship. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Just want to double check that
It's
was
part of her.
good.
It's part of her inventory. It's there.
Yep.
Didn't you buy a tapestry, too?
I don't think so.
No, I
should
think you were
considered it.
going to, but you didn't.
Oh, okay.
She's got like a fucking 200-pound aloe plant.
Yep.
Ugh.
Yep.
She's making this house a home, okay?
I like to imagine she brought it with her to the summit, just in hand and holding the aloe plant. I like to imagine that.
Just the whole
Now, Lokar's just like, yeah, sure. Lokar didn't care. He was like, all right.
What a guy.
Owen, you said we wanted to talk about what happened at my excursion with Lokar.
Oh, if you'd like to do so now.
And at that point, can Evian poke his head in and be like,
Yeah.
I also want to listen to this?
Yeah, Ishri was gonna start going from room to room. Just Owen had asked her first. Okay, I'll get everyone else. And she starts knocking on every person's door who's probably like mid setup and bringing them into Owen's room.
Owen begins to like clear off space for everyone to powwow.
It would be
does-
8 people would be incredibly tight in one of these rooms.
Does Ishri just
Even
knock,
worse.
or does she just open the door?
Yeah, she'll open the door. She'll knock. Well, to be honest, she probably just opens the door. Let's be honest. Knocking is no. She just opens the door.
She would find Walker reading one of those letters previously mentioned, but he would put it away and join the others.
So, Owen had asked me when she gets everyone crowded, I guess, into Owen's room. Do you know if we're safe to talk here about this?
I would assume we are with allies at this point, no?
Safe enough. Though you do need to be
Seems like
careful what you say around other people. It will affect their opinion on you and the rest of us.
Okay, well, Owen had just asked what had happened. And to be honest, it wasn't much. I mostly just talked about what it was like in the Shadowfell. They took me to I think it was a fortress of sorts. They had me blindfolded and deafened almost the entire time when I wasn't in my rooms themselves. I thought, yes, incredibly secretive. Even when they had me in a large room. It was a large room with all different types of plants and water and things. They didn't have anyone else there except for a man who was cleaning on one day, and that seemed to be, the only time it happened. I really only saw Lokar, Loris, who was a man who just talked to me about everything, who asked me all the questions. I got to know him pretty well, as well as our contact in Gahrland.
We'll have a contact in Gahrland, I suppose. That makes sense.
Yes, Albert McSagan? I'm assuming Ishri can't pronounce it as well as Hannah can't pronounce it.
Does Owen recognize that name? Like, if he's a Taran?
Oh, they one of the clans.
That is garish as fuck, probably Taran.
He had hair like this, and she reaches out and she grabs Owen's hair, this color.
Just a animal.
Well, I imagine he might know of me then.
He didn't mention it, you specifically, but he said he'd be most likely in touch. He's also an expert on extraplanar travel, so when they figure out how they're going to get me back, so that I can figure out what this bit of silver is, most likely he will be the one coming to find me, and hopefully all of us. So,
Did you tell them what we learned from Ilmarion's notes?
From Ilmarion's, yes,
You know,
I told them
about the prophecy.
Yes,
and
I
all
told
of it.
them everything.
I think that's
have
good.
them back.
Because they would be the ones to tell everything.
Yes, very secretive.
Owen, Simon. The blindfold and deafening, is that in case she meets a soul strider or someone of the like?
Probably. I mean,
Yeah, more than likely.
I imagine they thought of it as a precaution for both their sake and for hers. The less she knows, the less, or the better it is for everyone, I imagine they think.
They wouldn't even let me train with them because they were afraid I would learn too much about their combat skills. Though they said they weren't fantastic at combat and they did many other things, but very secretive.
It all checks out.
They seem to be doing the genuine good to actually prevent catastrophic events from happening. They said again, so.
Again?
They said something about some war of two colors that happened with a god in with untold havoc and destruction. And the summit was set up to prevent it again.
Ben, is the War of Red and White like common-ish knowledge, or do I not know that?
I mean, you've heard at least the basics. You can give me a history check to see if you know anything else, but
It's come up a couple of times.
yeah, it's come up a couple of times, so I know you know at least the basics from that at
What
least.
does Owen know?
The funny red mage did some funny stuff and beat a god.
I would imagine that Simon probably knows some stuff about it. He's smart.
I believe Simon's rolled about it before, but yeah, you know that it is the reason Aasimar exists. It was a war including a god that was trying to do something. Like, the details are a little fuzzy, but a god that was from the celestial plane, trying to wreak untold havoc on presumably the world. I feel like, Nick, with meta knowledge, you can extrapolate from there what you think Owen would know with a 19.
No names, though.
I mean, you'd know the Red Witch.
But not by name. Just title.
Yeah, you'd know the Red Witch. You would know, you would also know, there's one you'd know, and that is the once thought, Elven King, Leon Silverand. You would know, you would probably know the full title of that, too.
I know Leon's full title.
You probably, with the 19, you probably would.
Oh, that's so
I mean, yeah,
good.
you're royalty. You should know the other royals.
I don't imagine Owen has ever met or he's
Probably
met
at least
any
the royals of the
Alcyonians?
other kins.
Hypothetically, would Owen and Leon hook up? A hypothetical
Would they
situation.
bang?
What? Use me.
Are you asking if they'd bang Logan?
Logan never changed.
Hypothetically, would Leon turn
Only
Mo
one
down?
of those two characters is established as gay.
And currently in a
no.
relationship.
And
Listen,
Yeah.
What?
Listen.
Owen can't be bi?
Owen's been on a date with a girl. That doesn't mean anything. Could be hiding.
She was his
he could be
beard.
secretly gay.
Anyway.
Hey, Ben, in this
Look
setting, is
it.
there like prejudice against like gay people?
No. There's prejudice against
Dude,
Logan people.
I don't know if you I don't know if you
Fucking
ever
people with brain damage.
I don't know if you ever knew it, Walker, but in
What's my name? Go
the
ahead.
other campaign, everyone just kind of banged. Like, not the player characters, just
In Monday,
everyone else.
it was canon that everyone on what the fuck's the name of the content, Ben? The new lands, the new something. What the fuck's it called? Where Jen's Landing was?
Freelance?
The freelands. Everyone in the freelands is by.
Anyway.
in Brightfall,
feel like we're getting off topic.
everyone
Yeah, we're
was
getting a little
also-
off topic,
it's really
guys.
pretty-
I can
sorry.
pull this back.
Yeah, the lady whose face got melted off, she had a wife who got
Yeah.
pissed off and fucking slit Alva's throat. There's
Can we focus,
whatever.
please?
I don't
Anyway.
know. But yes, other things as well. Lokar called us the Dazzling Vanguard in all of his notes.
Why?
I don't know. He gave us that name. Does that mean anything to you?
think we are quite dazzling, Nori Vanguard.
That's what I thought. Right, none of us sparkle, so it seems strange to me.
I'm not sure.
Could
I
just
know
be,
what Vanguard means.
Whimsical choice of his, though I'd hope that name doesn't catch on.
He
It's a
did.
bit dramatic.
Makes us sound kind of cool.
He did kind of seem
Anyway.
like the he did a lot of pranks, was kind of silly. Everyone was very, they got along very, very well, cared for each other, but he seemed to be the joke
jokester.
every time. Yes.
I know the type.
Yes, but I told them absolutely everything, and really I didn't learn that much. They said they'd look into some things like what could possibly have been on this plane at the location where where we saw the Citadel, or where I saw the Citadel rather on this plane, and into the travel. But they really didn't give me very many actual answers. So.
Did you ask them if they could send you back?
I did, and they said they were going to have to figure it out. They didn't really know of any ways that were safe at the time. But that's what the contact in Gahrland hopefully will get back to me with that eventually, once he figures it out.
Oh, speaking of, one sec. Walker leaves the room and comes back a moment later. He hands Ishri a small wooden figurine. It is a carving of Ishri herself, wielding her great sword and wearing her armor.
Oh, real quick, if anybody did need the spelling from that thing that Hannah mentioned, Albert McShane, you already put in Discord.
Thanks, Ben.
I apologize. Trying to help.
So yeah, it's just a small, palm-sized figurine of Ishri. For when you do go back, something to remember your time here.
Thank you. This is so kind of you. Thank you.
And she gives Walker a hug.
Does he die?
No, but he's kind of whelmed a bit by the big person hugging him.
Oh,
He
it's
does
fine.
the half-hearted, one hand pats her back,
You should probably lifts him a little bit. It's fine.
Oh, he doesn't like that. Doesn't say anything, but he doesn't like that.
Oh my god, Walker's just a cat.
Thanks for saying that, I guess.
It just occurred to me. Sorry.
Is he put down?
Yes, she doesn't just hold him up above her head forever. No, she puts him down.
Thank you. But yes, that's all I had. Owen said he wanted to ask what happened, so. I assume everything went well on your travels? When I was gone? Smoothly?
Well enough, I suppose.
I'd say.
Good. Oh, I also told them I was going to be staying with you until this whole fire prophecy thing was over. And then afterwards, I'd see what they'd say about possibly letting, at the very least, me join the summit. But I will be staying with all of you until this whole thing is over and we solve these problems. This seems the most important.
Could be a long time, Ishri.
That's fine. I
What?
live, relative to all of your lifespans, I live quite a long time, so it'll probably seem like nothing.
Owen considers saying something about the fact that his length of his life means nothing, but he doesn't. He doesn't say.
Walker considers mentioning that it doesn't matter how long her life expectancy is if she meets her hand at a blade, but he also doesn't say anything.
I like that to Ishri, it literally just doesn't occur to her that she might lose a fight, ever.
Which she never has, so.
It makes sense.
It only takes one. Well, that's everything. I do believe I have things to do.
I also wanted to make a note, in Ishri, when she cleaned up, because she got a bath and she cleaned up her armor, she's also definitely ripped that nice dress that she always wears underneath her armor, and so she's taken to patching it up with various pieces of belts and socks from that bag of random belts and socks.
She had a what? She had a bag of random belts and socks?
Yep, that chick that wanted to bang her.
Oh my god.
Tresswood is a magical place. Filled with belts and socks.
Next time you go there, just tell him Walker sent you.
Listen, you'll
Fill
be
with
in.
belts and socks
That
and
win-
horny tailors.
That killed it for me.
Anyway.
So does anyone stop Walker as he tries to fuck off?
No.
He
Who's
fucks off.
Sorry.
He's gonna go see about finding the captain upstairs, or at least the first mate.
It is in short time that up at the helm, you see Godric Bellamy, presumed second in command and first mate of this ghost. And he just kind of waves at you. There's a small lantern lit. It's probably just after nightfall now, and there are many lanterns lit across the ship, but like there's one small one lighting up his face, and he just kind of gives that little, like, again, like there's resting bitch face. This guy has resting, I just told a really good joke and I'm waiting for you to laugh face.
Well, Walker will continue being his foil as he greets him by his last name and walks up.
What
Bellamy.
can I help you with?
I was hoping to discuss my duties while I'm on the ship.
With luck, there won't be much of anything that needs discussing.
Our acting captain asked me to. There was a bird's nest?
Crow's nest?
Crow's nest. She asked me to man the crow's nest at some point.
Are they more comfortable at night or during the day?
I could do either. If you need someone to do it at night, I'd be more than happy to.
Allows us to get more sleep, but if you're more comfortable during the day, I mean, it depends.
I'll be fine
on...
at night. If it'll be more beneficial to the crew to assist at night, then I'll do so.
He looks a little weirded out at how analytical you're being. Like, there's that, like, almost off-puttingness. And he just...
Walker doesn't care.
Alright, he whistles and... Jake! Come on down! Got someone from the Lenorian crew. They're gonna be taking over. A minute later, you see a kid, maybe 20, come down. Just all right, sir. I'll head off to bed early then. He's, yeah, you will. We're only gonna have him for a few days, so enjoy it and don't get used to it. Okay, sir, you got it.
You'll need to explain the rule for me.
Stay up there, look for any sort of lights, anything. Mostly going to be, you know, something lit by moonlight. Pauses for a moment, and as he pauses, I'm going to go ahead and check what the moon's at right now. Almost no moon, of which there's almost none right now. Otherwise, you know, anytime you see ships of any sort of at this point here, he checks his pocket and he pulls out this nice ornate spyglass, hands it to you.
Walker will accept it and look it over.
It's very nice. It's gold plated. It's got a few gems and filigrees in it. It breaks down into thirds, like when you shut it. There's a nice cap for it. Probably on the more expensive end.
It sounds like
yeah,
it.
But yeah, you look it over and it's in good shape, no cracks. It's very well taken care of, and he just motions to it again. Just keep an eye out, and if you see anything that looks off while you're up there, you'll be up till... Are you good till sunrise, or do you need someone to relieve you in the middle of the night?
That's weird. I'll be fine till sunrise.
Good man. Then yes, just keep your eyes peeled. Anything you see on the horizon, anything that looks off, any sort of ships that don't seem to be mercantile, anything flying a Lenorian flag.
Understood.
Anything not flying a flag, let us know. It's better that we know and have a false alarm than not know and let a slave trader or some such get away.
Who will I be reporting to during the night?
Just call down to whoever's on the helm. There's always someone. Normally it's me, but I head to bed early in the morning before sunrise. Otherwise, it'll be... He thinks for a minute. Probably going to be our navigator. Vostok Tallow. He's a very respectable man as well. He's normally on the helm in the mornings before it's taken care of.
Right.
He held a hand out to shake yours. And you're a damn good man and a damn good sailor, apparently. Look at this. People are actually pulling their weight as soon as they get aboard the Ghost. It's something to be sight.
Something you said for having a crew with a good work ethic.
The best. The loyalty that she inspires is inspiring itself. Always see to the ends of the earth.
Was that right?
Would I not? And he gives a little half smile.
What's inspired you so much?
Before she was AC, there was someone else, a man who used to go out and deal with meeting people, much like she does you. But good old Billy Eggers, he was a staple on the ship for 60, 70 years. But he, shortly before he passed, he had a very bad leg, and, well, let me just say, it was something of a, he risked a lot. He met a lot of people. He stuck his neck out for our captain at the time. And he shrugs at this point. Eventually, he couldn't, so that's when AC took over. Even when he became the acting captain, he always thought she should be the one. Anytime there's a fight, she's right there at the front. No one steps in her way. No one is in front of her. The first blow will always be struck against her. Wouldn't go down with the ship, she would go down before.
Suppose that's inspiring enough.
He gives a... there's the navigator's name spelling that you were asking for.
Who's the other guy you mentioned?
The old awayman.
Yeah, what does that mean?
He was the guy who came and met people. He was just a...
okay.
Yeah. And that was Billy Eggers.
Spelling there. There it is. Billy Eggers! What a name!
Don't you talk shit on Billy, dude. Fuck you. I'll fucking fight you, dude.
Do it, bitch. Fucking come to Texas.
That dude was in like 2 sessions. Oh.
I can't wait, Nick. I'll fucking show you around, and we'll both be silent as I drive you to the local inn.
Shut up, bitch. He'll hold your hand.
Anyway.
Oh.
Where the fuck were we? What the fuck was the last bit of that conversation?
You said, I can see why.
I said inspiring enough, I suppose.
Yes.
So you don't mind, I have one more question for you.
By all means.
You said you'd go to the ends of the earth for, is that right?
From one of Atliam's oceans to the other.
Is she the only one?
Right now, probably.
Interesting.
I mean,
alright.
He considers for a moment my mom, but I don't think she'd ask.
Anyway, thanks for your answer. I guess I'm gonna get to it.
There's a nod and motions you up and gives you a little good luck thumbs up, and as he does, you see that little spark of electricity, of magic as you head up.
Walker is not looking, and he climbs up.
Alright, does anyone else have anything to do for the night?
Yes.
Is it Foley work? Okay, now you're back.
I was gonna talk to Oh, did I sound weird?
You sound far
You
away.
sound off the mic.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops.
Unlike William, who cannot anymore.
Top.
I have.
What? You're actually upsetting me, Ben.
He's getting upset.
Assuming everyone kind of one by one leaves Owen's room, Evian would be the last. Owen, since we are not making the stop in Keller, in case something happens to me, would you be, I don't know, willing to visit sometime just to give her closure?
Owen's face, his expression softens when he realizes what you're asking him to do, and he reaches out and he does the man thing where he like pats you on the shoulder, kind of, like he would hug you, but like that's not what men do, so he's gonna pat you on the shoulder instead. And he says, his voice matching the softness of his expression, "Of course I would, Evian."
Her name is Astrid. She shares the same last name as I do.
Astrid?
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty name, Evian.
It's a beautiful name for a beautiful woman.
Well, hopefully you can introduce us yourself one day.
Hopefully.
And I promise you that I will do everything in my power to see you home safe someday.
I appreciate it, but sometimes things happen that we cannot control.
Well, no, I'm sorry again that we're not stopping.
No, it makes sense. I was for not stopping anyways. It just... the needs of the many before the needs of the few.
Owen kind of smiles mischievously and he says, I don't know much of love, Evian, but I doubt a fiancé would see it in such terms. Kind of chuckles a little bit.
You're not wrong, but I fear that once I go back, I will not be able to leave again.
I imagine so.
And I'm a man of my word. And I fully intend on keeping my promise of helping you see this through to the end.
Perhaps when we get to Nashdween, you can have a letter sent.
That is a good idea. But there is nothing more that I want than to see those who killed my best friend fall. And to go back home and live out the rest of my days.
Hopefully, our journey will see it done.
Let's hope. And Evian heads back to his room.
Owen does kind of like stop him before he goes, and he does fight past the manly embarrassment, and he does embrace Evian before he leaves.
You know he's got 18 strength. He's a good hugger.
And then he crushes Owen like a fucking pill bug.
Owen has a thing of his own that he would like to do before the night is out.
I think I'm about to say you're gonna like cast enhance abilities so you can hug him better.
He goes to Evian's room and knocks on the door because he forgot to tell him something.
He's actually going to Ben, it's not in my inventory, but I imagine Owen has a kettle of some kind.
Makes sense, yeah.
So he will take his kettle and he will fill it with water, and then he will knock on Simon's door.
Why are you unsure?
Because I don't think what he's going to ask is something that he's seen anybody do before, but
As reluctantly as Owen asks, Simon reluctantly opens the door. Hello?
are you alright, Simon? You seem, I don't know, hesitant?
Fine. Just I wasn't expecting you to come to my door. I'm sorry. Well, what's wrong? What's up?
Oh, nothing's wrong. I was just curious. I can't exactly light the fire. Do you have magic that could help? And he motions to the kettle that he's holding.
Yeah, of course. I can get that started for you.
I'd be grateful.
Simon puts on his slippers, and I'm guessing you want it done in your room.
Well, I was actually on my way to see the acting captain.
Oh.
You're welcome to join if you wish.
Yeah, why not?
But if you wouldn't mind heating the kettle.
Oh, sure. He does precipitation sparks, lights a fire, warms the kettle up.
God, that's gotta be nice. You don't even have to have a fucking kitchen. How nice would that be?
And we're cooking with
I think
gas.
the sparks are hot. I think they're just a visual effect, aren't they?
They can spark. I thought.
One of the separate things, separate from the sparks, is to light a small fire.
Yeah.
Or to just to heat things.
Yeah.
That's also one of the things precipitation
like
does.
I imagine, at that point it's just flavor. Oh,
Yeah. Huh?
so
yeah.
good.
Yo, what does the
I'm
spell
sorry.
taste like?
I didn't mean to interrupt.
What does
Go
spark
ahead.
taste like?
As Simon casts the spell and heats the kettle, the deck of the ship that we're on of a ghost is filled with the familiar scent of mint tea.
Does it reach Walker, Vin?
Yeah, it's right across the way. It's not even like 10 feet to Walker's door.
Oh, remember, Walker's not at his door. He's
Oh
on the
no,
boats, the ghost
no,
nest.
Walker would not smell shit then.
Okay. Didn't realize they were in separate planes of existence. That's good.
Well, no, it's.
I'm goofing. Go ahead. We're good.
And with that, Owen will beckon Simon up the stairs or ladder or what have you to see if we can go have tea with the acting captain.
You head up. You see Bellamy at the helm. Guy waves to you. Is there something I can help you with?
Owen nods to the man. Not sure if we were properly introduced. The name's Owen.
Gives a half smile. He comes down like off the helm, motioning at a young crewman to keep eye on it. And must make Godric Bellamy.
Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Bellamy.
Simon is there, and someone peek out from behind Owen. Simon, nice to meet you. Shake his hand.
No, we really didn't get the easiest time dealing with the introductions, given the amount of things I needed to go over, but nice to meet you both properly. What can I do for you this fine evening?
Well, for myself, I'd just like you to know, I'm not, don't know too much about sailing, but if something needs doing, then glad to lend a hand.
Well, I mean, you any good with a spyglass? We can always use someone else up on the crow's nest in the day. Otherwise, I mean, did you make tea?
Oh, Simon and I were hoping that the acting captain would be amenable to an evening cup of tea.
Probably.
She's not busy.
He turns around. Hey, say! And a moment later, she appears next to him. What can I help you with?
Owen looks a little bit unsettled at her, like, immediate appearance, but he recovers, motioning to the kettle, and himself and Simon. We were just wondering if unless you were busy, if you'd like to take tea with us.
I'm always amenable to trying something new. And Lenorian tea, I'm presuming, is not something I don't think I've ever had.
Oh, it's nothing to write home about. Just, I don't know, something of a tradition that our little group has come to know. And,
Well,
Owen smiles fondly at the kettle.
Chuckles a bit.
I would love it. We can head down to my quarters. I'll meet you there momentarily. It's, if you head down the, you went past it when you were... you head down the first flight of stairs down to the first deck, and then it's the first door on the left, rather than going down the stairs again. Okay?
Very well.
You would note that that is not the captain's quarters, which are directly below the helm that you're on now. Or, yeah, you're on the helm, so directly below it would be the proper captain's quarters. Be down just a moment. Don't wait for me, I promise. I'll be down there, and I do apologize if it's off-putting how I get around the ship. I would say I'm busy. That's mostly a lie. It's more convenient. And she gives another just like shit-eating small grin.
Just something new to get used to.
Fair enough. I'll see you down there. And if you don't find it, well, I'll help you get there.
Owen nods and begins navigating back through the bowels of the ship.
It is a little bit bigger. It looks more like a VIP-sized bedroom for a transport ship than a captain's quarters. There is one small desk. Upon inspection, it is probably the desk that you were using on the deck of the ship before, because there's nothing on it now. The map seems gone. Behind it, there is a bunch of maps in a basket which are rolled up and sticking out of it. Other than that, there is a bed and a small table with room for 4. 4's being generous. 4 drinking tea. Probably 2 if you actually wanted to eat a full dinner on it.
Owen looks a little bit uncomfortable about being in somebody else's room when they're not there, but he sets the kettle down, and he's probably got some like tin mugs that we use for travel tea.
Moment or so goes by. Prepare everything, and then there's that, and she appears sitting in the chair across from you two. Apologies, some things I need.
That's all right. If you're too busy, it can wait.
No, I'm fine for now. So, at this point, she kind of drinks it, and she's like, stronger than I was expecting.
I find that a little bit on the stronger side is better for
the road. If it's too weak, you're just drinking hot water, and why would you drink hot water?
Just so. Owen nods and he pours a cup for Simon and himself. And then he raises his mug.
She meets you with a less boisterous raising of the mug and begins sipping. So what can I help you two with?
Well, at least for my part, I've seen a lot of things. Perhaps too much in my short time on this world, but I know virtually nothing of what lies beyond these waters. Could you tell me about where Marquez is from? Where you're from? If you don't mind.
I mean, there's not a lot to say about it's Brightfall, capital of Evandria. She kind of like almost looking past you into the hallway, through you even. It was home. It was great until it wasn't. I always felt safe until I didn't. Felt like every malady the world could ever conceive, or the dead rising, dragons, gods, back to Brightfall. So much. People of Evandria, they persevered, they fought, they stuck together. Did everything they could, and I'd imagine they're stronger for it, but I don't know if it's home anymore. My papa lives there. Emotions around her. This is my home. I can't imagine. And she looks with this longing, this just the same sort of love that like Owen you would recognize as like when you look at a horse, like when you're looking at Luath, or when you're looking at just like that almost reverential love. It's everything.
I know what you mean. That's the place I aim to return to someday. A place like that, I mean.
I have to be careful about everything. I can protect this ship, I can protect the people on it. I let a bunch of people who are going to save the world from never-ending fire? Then I have something to worry about, don't I?
I hope that you'll have no trouble from us while we're aboard.
So too. Do what I can to mitigate, but there comes a time where if you trust the wrong people, it can cost you so much. But story after story. People I met when I was younger. But Marquez, he's Dragonheart Isles. Didn't spend nearly as much time there as I would have liked. Before I was here, she getting motions around her. Captain, he sailed to the Dragonheart House. That's where I met Mark. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I get lost in thought sometimes. It is what it is, though. I apologize.
Oh, it's all right.
Dragonheart Isles are they're different than this, than Lenore, than... You know, Lenore, it has paperwork, the importance of everything being prompt and proper. That's the same in the Dragonheart Isles, but there's that sense of... I don't know how to describe it. everything's at sea. There's no interconnectedness. Every town, every city, every island, every continent? I don't even know the difference at this point. It's like its own world. Sure, they all have the same rules, but how they implement them, it's all different. But I don't... As I said, that's Marquez. I don't know that.
Sounds like a confusing place.
Mr. Owen, not many people get to leave their homes. Most people I meet, if they've left their hometown, they're considered a traveler, maybe a merchant. Otherwise, most of these people never know anything. Especially when you need a ship to get there. I know people who lived 100 miles away from the Grand Bazaar and never got to see it. Last I saw, they were 80 and I was 20, and I knew they would never go. But you know, it's something I never wanted for myself. I wanted to see everything, do everything, make a difference. Follow in the footsteps of those who gave me a chance.
That sentiment that you expressed on the deck about helping those who can't help themselves, that's something to be proud of.
I don't think it would have always been like... I'm happy that the ghost and her people, they do what they can. And she again has that irreverent look at the ship.
I mean, I'm sure it'll come as no surprise that and on kind of motions to Simon as well as himself. I've not heard of such a thing at all. A whole ship that can be invisible.
Ben, by chance, have I heard about a ship that...
No.
Okay, thought so.
You don't need to roll. You have.
I know, yeah.
I mean, does it sound feasible to him as a wizard?
Like the concept of the ship?
Yeah.
You can give me an Arcana check for that.
Like, he's an enchanter.
I would say exactly. As well as like, eh.
Yeah. Like
I
the
can reverse
concept
engineer
versus.
this. Do I know it?
Big.
Damn,
Come on,
there's
How do
a
I make?
point.
How do I
I've
make
seen the
this
blueprints,
ship,
right?
Ben? How do I make this ship, Ben?
This isn't... The more you've observed, the more nuances you've seen, that... This ship doesn't just, like, go invisible. There's more to this ship. Like, it takes a while, but, like, the more you've observed this whole half day, 6 hours, whatever you've been on the ship, her ability to move beings at will, you're fairly fucking confident, is not her ability, but the ship's. That the ship is less of an object and more of an arcane item on its own that she's attuned to. The way she interacts with it, the abilities that she has and shows here, like... You obviously haven't observed it enough to know the limits of it, but, like... It would not surprise you if she has the ability to... like, essentially have clairvoyance across the entire ship. Like, there is the way she moves, the way she interacts, the way she seems to know where to be. Things like you're sitting, she knew which seat to sit in without having to look. She just ports and she's in the seat. She's never in the wrong place. She's never in anyone's way. That just has that sense of where does it really stop type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, this ship is... You would wager very powerful. Like, this is an artifact that God fucking knows how. Like, this is the kind of thing someone spends a lifetime making.
Simon takes a sip of tea. It's a pretty interesting ship. I mean, can you see everywhere on the ship all at once with how you get around?
Kind of narrows her eyes a bit. Why would you ask that?
I mean, how did you know to sit in the exact spot?
She just gives the smile. It takes a bit of focus, but yes, I'm in tune with everything going on in this ghost.
So it's sight and sound as well? Doesn't that get a little too much sometimes?
It's not forced on me, I have to focus. Close my eyes, can feel the heartbeats of everyone. You can feel the breaking of waves on her hull. The barnacles attaching and breaking off as she slams into heavy waves. The tearing and repairing of sails.
You're saying you can feel that, right?
As an extension of myself. I still have to focus. It's not something I just am.
It's crazy. Crazy cool, and that makes sense.
It does. When I was your age, when I was much younger, I thought much the same. As did my papa. When he was young. This ship has a hold on you. It's so hard to try and explain. It's so hard to understand. At this point, she shrugs a bit.
If it's so important to you, do you mind if I ask why you are acting captain and not just the captain?
It's not my place to be the captain of this ghost. The ghost leads us. We don't lead it. I don't believe I'll ever be able to live up to the title of captain, so I would never wish to try. That
I'm not going.
enough?
I'm not going to pretend that makes a lot of sense to me, but I understand.
You have horses that you care about. It's the same thing. Same exact thing. You want to do them proud, protect them, have them grow and be strong, give them all of the things they want, whether that be running or extra hay, it's the same. The ghost doesn't need to be alive to be protected. It's stupid. I had a friend, a good friend, Damon, once told me, you take care of the ship and it'll take care of you. I've taken that with me for my entire life. That means more than the ship. Your blades, your armor, Your looks, your hair, your abilities, your knowledge. You take care of the ship and it'll take care of you. And she's never steered me wrong yet. At this point, she sits back in her chair and just looks up with pride, beaming with pride.
Sounds like a wise man, this Damon.
Yes, I talk to him as often as I can. Just precious little. Being out here on the sea.
You said your first mate, he can talk to people, can't he?
She nods.
Like, does he not know this Damon as well?
He does, but it's not the same. You want to talk to people yourself when you can. She just shakes her head at this point. It's a personal matter at that point. Not a big deal in any way.
To each their own. That magic is... I've come to know it as both a blessing and a curse at times.
It's not how often you talk to people. Just the quality of the words. I'd rather have this one meaningful conversation with you two than blather on across drinks for an eternity with a lot of you.
Owen looks over to Simon and he smiles a little bit and he says, I was never much good at small talk anyway.
Neither am I, really.
Don't get me wrong, there's something to be said for those days when all you want to do is drink and be merry and relax with your friends, but it's just not the same. All of this. Being able to talk about what matters. Simon, you said this was for a new start? Wanting to get away?
Simon nods. Yeah. As you... In Verona, I was... They set me up to be a soul strider.
Her eyebrow raises and she leans in a bit, sipping the last of her tea. What happened? That you're not on a ship blasting a hole in the side of a garish naval vessel?
Well, I couldn't do magic at all. None in me. To get out of me, it was 18 years of just
18 years?
bullshit. Of just torture.
And you never had another chance to leave, nowhere else to go?
Too afraid. They'd kill family or etc, etc.
But it happened. You're a powerful mage now, are you not?
Yeah, bending a few rules, but yeah, I made it. I mean, I did lose my family and everyone I love in the process, but hey,
It's
I'm
this
here.
dour look and losing
I got a
family
new
is hard.
family.
Losing family is real hard.
Simon nods and looks down.
Oh, what did you say before that, Logan?
I honestly I forgot. I moved on.
I was young when my mama died. Not young enough that I didn't know her, but I was young enough that I didn't understand, but old enough that I did. I think that was the worst. But to have everything taken away so slowly as 18 years of training and nothing to show for it, and still lose it. How did you keep going?
It was all, I thought I could find, I guess, what would she be? I didn't even get to propose to her. My love, I guess. I wanted to see her again, and I did. I found her recently. I think it was 2 months ago now. But they completely wiped her mind clean. She has no memory of me. But
So take it back.
I don't have to.
Fix her. That can't be permanent. Nothing is.
There's nothing I can do right now about it. That's why I'm here. If I can get stronger and do something about.
If you want to learn, ask Godric. He spent a time at the Menagerie Academy. Was recommended to me by a dear friend. Well, recommended to the ghost by a dear friend. If anyone knows how to further research, I know it would be him.
Can I get spelling? Is that spelling in there?
It's the
already?
first mate.
Yeah, that's the first mate.
First mate. Okay, I'm sure.
Even if he doesn't know anything, Simon, he'll find a way.
He's a smart man. He'll know something. I'm confident. My papa always told me about dotting my I's and crossing my T's, but that was never something I was interested in. Not the paperwork, the writing. It was all so droll and boring. I wanted to go on adventures. He always told me about how he fought alongside all of these crazy people and did all of these important, amazing things before trying his best to right this country and fix it from within after the war, but I wanted that part. I didn't want to go and deal with paperwork and argue with magisters. So I got Godric to do all that for me.
Owen lets out a belly laugh and he kind of leans back in his chair. Oh, you sound like you'd fit right in Gahrland.
I mean, I do. I spend lots of my free time there now. I'm not going to say I have a house there or anything, but when we do take shore leave, it's normally in Arnduin. Well, perhaps there will come a time after this war is over that we could see each other again and take notes on what's happened. And maybe if there hasn't been any luck on fixing your girl, we can see about speaking with the Menagerie Academy for you.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Contrary to so much belief, I think that everyone wants to see this war ended. No one's gaining anything. Lenore's falling apart. Maybe not from the inside, but out here, those of us who interact with the merchants, we know how bad it is for them. The coin is worth less than paper. No one wants it, no one has a reason to spend it. I don't know why it's still going.
It is my belief that it is the Red Band that perpetuated the war. No, not why. I intend to find out.
I suppose I'll do what I can to help, but life is busy for this ghost. And again, there's that almost whimsical smile as she thinks once more about the ship. Thank you. These conversations are so rare. Just having moments to reflect and look back. Moments to... She shakes her head. Blessings and curses. Everything.
It gives me comfort to know that what we have gone through, the sacrifices that we have made to get here, are not in vain.
And it gives me regret to know that I would have met that crew of Marquezes that you saved. If I would have made time, left a week sooner off of shore leave at Arnduin, we could have picked them up and avoided all of this. And they all would still be alive, instead of half dozen. There are so many nuances to what we're doing, all of us. There's something working against it. All of these good people. Members of the Sun's Chosen, you say they're standing down now, not fighting? You, your group, myself, the Ghost. So many within Gahrland who don't want to see the war continue. Everyone working to end it, but it keeps getting worse. I don't understand.
How much do you know about what's going on?
More than I'd like, but less than I should.
Owen, like, side-eyes Simon and attempts to non-verbally ask him how much we should tell her.
Simon just... If Simon notices Owen side-eye him, Simon would just give a nod, and hopefully Owen gets just like, just tell her shit. She's cool.
She's cool, bro. She no narc.
She's cool. We've been talking.
Okay, Ben, let me ask you this. Having spent some more time with acting Captain Jane Beckett, has Owen been able to take a measure of this woman? Like what is he?
Give me that insight check. You're dancing around there, Nick.
Tell her about all of the boom cannons that they have, how they can end the world.
Big. Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Can you just like go get Walker or something?
That's two.
Someone who can
That's
roll?
2 in one night. I'm so sad. I'm so very
Can I insight
sad.
2 just for fun?
That's so sad.
I'm
Just
just
roll
gonna
another
throw-
20, Logan.
Yeah, I got it here. I'll insight 2
Go
just
ahead,
for fun.
Logan. Well, I mean, as far as you guys, like, she seems like a good person, but there's so much to take in. There's so much that's been said, and there's just so much. This ship that is seemingly able to win. Like, the options are they win or they don't fight. They can... It's so off-putting. They have access to all of these abilities. God knows what else. They have mages on the ship, at least one that you know of. None of them seem surprised by magic. It's just all so unexpected, and it's like nothing you've ever really dealt with or experienced before, so it's really hard to just kind of read where the person is and where an act could be.
Oh, pardon me, I'm just over here stewing.
Ugh.
Someone take Nick off the stove. He's overcooking.
Ven, can I use my magic item on other people?
I'm well past
No.
upset, I'll
From a
tell you what.
distance?
Oh.
As a reaction, without knowing what's going on.
Exactly. Well, I mean, it is a reaction.
Owen looks at Simon. Simon nods. Owen shrugs.
Let's exchange.
In Verona, we learned that it is the Red Band. They have invaded my home. They have taken Barat. And one hesitates, unsure of how much he should share. They have access to powerful magic.
She nods and scourge it, right?
Aye.
I mean, access, More? There's more? Or do you mean the ones that...
Simon nods at that.
The same magic that took my brothers from me on this very sea.
The ice?
Aye.
What happened in the bay was a tragedy. Something's not right there.
Do you mean to say that there is remnants of the magic?
There's something. It's... Good, Logan? You're creaking.
It's my chair, I'm sorry.
Just making sure you weren't gonna break a bone.
What if it was like, snap? Ah!
We tried to go there and we were half a day's sail away when it happened. We tried to go there and see if there were anyone still alive, anyone we could save. From either side. You can't sail the bay anymore. The dead walk there, crawl, swim, whatever. There's spirits. Everything there is restless and hates.
Were they the sailors?
She just nods. What I'd imagine. All of that death. Souls are hungry. The graveyard of nothing.
Owen bows his head in sorrow.
It's the same reason we haven't seen anyone try and... Normally, scavengers, salvagers, they go to these shipwrecks. Pirates, they'll... the pirates that don't want to get attacked, they'll go and steal from dead men. Hope for the more foggy aspects of legality. Not there. Stories coming from that bay. It's not safe anymore. Just shakes her head. We couldn't even go. The ghost didn't protect us there. Saw through her.
That is the fate that has befallen my only brothers.
I'm sorry. I don't know about planes, souls, or magic, but imagine they just want the war to be over. They're going to fight until it ends.
Who is they?
Your brothers. All of them. All of your Garlish brothers and sisters. At least that's what I have to tell myself. That's what the stories are being. The war doesn't stop here. They'll keep fighting. Because it's what they truly believe needs to be done.
Well, that's just it. They cannot fight. Who knows what horrors the Red Band could unleash on my homeland if they do.
I fear for what happens next with Nashtween. Further if they march. I don't know how big the armies are, but I imagine if it was to be a trouncing, then it would have already happened. Something must be wrong. That's all I can imagine. She just shakes her head again. The last update I got from Bellamy talking to... She pauses for a moment. There's a contact, one of the Zanastra admirals said that since then things have gone into disarray. The Orkmorda Isles losing so many men, they didn't want to, and you can tell she's like, this is not her forte, military intelligence. And, like, she's trying to choose her words and, like, remember what he said. And it takes her a moment to, like, be choosy about them and be careful. They didn't. They pulled back. It was, they lost so many, they pulled back. They refused to send more support. And now the other kins don't want to heed the call of taking back Tartan capital. It's the last I heard.
I imagine that, and this is Owen's looking at Simon as he says, I imagine my father has something to say about that.
She just kind of looks at you and just squints her eyes a bit. Most fathers do.
Not knowing him as I do not think he would take kindly to the news of the other kins refusing to come to Taran's aid after we have sacrificed so much for Gahrland.
It's a heartbreaking, impossible decision. I don't believe anyone can be blamed. War just needs to end.
On that, I think we are agreed.
Can't fault men for not wanting to march to their deaths.
I do not think that they would be so hesitant if they had seen the horrors of Vuros. I don't know. Maybe they would. We will see when we get to Nashtween.
Stares into her mug for a moment and like 3 times she tries to drink the last drop just to break the pauses, and there's no last drop in there. And finally puts it down. You can only hope that the rest of your friends are as conversational as you two. Optimistic, hopeful, whatever you want to call it.
Owen chuckles and he says, "Oh, I'm sure, especially Walker. He'd love to have a good chat."
I'd drag him in here, but I feel like he might not want to. Not necessarily not talk, but he seems the type, from what I've seen, not exactly magical.
He's unique. I'll give him that. I imagine the crow's nest is a place that he's comfortable.
There was a time I was comfortable up there too. I don't think you ever should be. Find yourself with things and people that lift you up so you don't have to do it yourself. Much better way.
I drink to that.
She goes to drink, and again, the glass is empty.
If there's tea left in the pot, Owen will pour fresh cups.
She drinks the second one much quicker, and I should go. We'll have time to talk.
You long enough.
Our marches ever forward, even on a ghost in the middle of the Gulf. As much as we'd like it to stand still, much as we'd like that constant, unending feeling of what's over the horizon. Eventually we have to cross over it and find out. She gives another smile and walks out of the room.
Owen stands as she leaves and nods to her, and then he gathers up the tea paraphernalia and nods to Simon, and then heads back to his room.
Simon's gonna go to sleep now. For that fun conversation.
So, is there anything else?
I do have one quick thing Isha would do. In the evening, she'd probably go up to Amari's room, but probably say this quiet enough that or loud enough that everyone else could hear. And she'd just go right into Amari's room. Amari?
Dead.
Amari dead?
Oh, god damn it.
BRB. He just
god damn it.
That's really funny. That was it. That was
sad
like
news bears.
That's incredible.
Stellar timing.
Sad news bears.
He said BRB.
Literally just
bad news bears. You fool, Hannah. You fool. It's
All
bad
right,
news
now-
bears.
now,
I'm from
Hannah, you have to
Chicago.
When
Go
Amari
tell
doesn't
Lyle.
respond, Ishri throws him off the side of the ship.
Just go tell.
Throws
Evie
him
whatever you're
through
gonna
the
tell Mari.
porthole in his
Just go
room.
tell Evian easy.
Yeah, go tell Evie whatever you're
That's how
gonna
that
tell Mari.
works, right?
I mean, what she does then instead is she opens all the doors in the hallway to everyone's rooms.
When she opens my
Just
door.
fucking
and
open
leaves.
Walker's empty room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because she doesn't know he's out there. And she's going to say to everyone there, can someone teach me Garish, please, while we're traveling?
Ishri, and like Owen like goes to her. It was supposed to be a secret.
What? What was?
We were going to surprise everyone when we knew the language.
Oh, I mean, sure.
she just kind of like walks away, I guess.
You'd notice as you walk past Evian's room, he's passed out drunk on the floor.
Where did he even get alcohol?
He has so much alcohol.
Oh, okay.
Well, Evian won't remember. Walker's gone, so I mean, close enough.
And Amari's apparently asleep, so that just leaves...
Yeah, Amari's asleep.
It's just Simon and Owen! And Rom, and Rick.
So you open
yeah.
Simon's door, and you probably keep going after you open the door. Don't even say anything. I peek my head out. You say what you say, and then Owen just goes over to hush you up, and then Simon's like, all right, and shuts his door and goes to sleep.
In case anyone's looking in Walker's still open door, those letters are still on his bedside table. In case anyone wants to pull an Evian, I just wanted to throw that out there. Did Alex just deflate? Did someone just like poke a hole?
Well, Rom did have something to ask Owen whenever he came back. She would probably stay up until
Conveniently, all the doors are open.
Right?
They would show off his
Except for
door.
Simon. Except for Simon. Simon shut his door because he wanted to sleep.
Evian's drunk on the floor. He's not shutting anything.
Owen will shut Walker's door if nobody else will.
What a kind boy. What a kind young man.
Oh.
Helping his elder.
Excuse me?
What?
Anyway, so... Rom had something.
Ronald McDonald.
Is that it? Is that what we're doing?
Oh god, okay, so Rom will just stroll on up, I guess. They came back already, right?
Wait, is
I
this
didn't-
is
We
this
ju- we
as
just
Owen is
established that-
hushing Ishri, or is this after that?
Probably as.
Well, if it's as it's happening, Owen is like ushering Ishri into her or his room so that he can begin teaching her the language of his people.
Just, a quick question, if you will.
Of course.
So, remember how I kinda used to, do drugs?
Owen's manner becomes that of a stern father. And he says, mm-hmm.
Well, I just, I wanted to know if there was anything, like, medical you could use them for. It's just a couple vials of, laudanum. Otherwise, I was just gonna throw it over the side. Just be done with it.
What does Owen know about laudanum, then?
Painkiller, yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
Addictive.
It's a fucking, like...
It's opium.
Yeah,
it's
it's
an
an
opium tincture with, like, alcohol.
I mean, Nick understands what laudanum is, but does Owen know what that
Give me a nature check.
In what world does Owen not know what laudanum is?
A world
I
where
guess in the
he-
world where
he
like it,
rolls
there's no
nat
when,
ones.
when he rolls this world.
where there's zero poppies in all of Gahrland.
There you go.
Whew. Yeah, you know the many medicinal knockout properties of laudanum. Like, I assume I don't need to go into the details because, Nick, you can fill in the blanks for yourself on that one.
Sure. He regards Rom for just a moment. And then he says, as if he is choosing his words carefully, it's a very useful, albeit dangerous, substance. But let me ask you this, Rom. Would it be better for you to throw them over the side or to have them in my bag?
Well, I mean, I guess symbolically it would... But I made up my mind. I'm not gonna be that person no more.
I have every
So if-
confidence in you, Rom. The question remains.
If it can be put to good use, I'd rather that happen than I'm not gonna do it no more. And I mean, there was some mushrooms too, but I figured I don't know anything about that kind of thing helping people, so I was just gonna toss that.
I've heard of at least one mushroom with medicinal properties, but don't imagine it's the kind of mushroom that also produces, any kind of emotions to his head.
Yeah, that's the kind of.
Do you need someone to be there when you toss them over the side? I'm sorry.
No.
Let me rephrase. Would you like someone to be there? Toss them over the side.
Sure.
All right, Ishri, come on. We got to help Rom with something.
Are we destroying the drugs or doing them? Because I'd be fine with either.
Owen, fully face palms. We are going to help our friend Rom let go of her past self by tossing them over the side.
Oh, okay. Fantastic.
All right, Rom goes and gets the the vials of laudanum and the mushrooms, and I suppose the three of them go up on deck, and she just.
To be clear, Owen is leaving it up to Rom whether she leaves the laudanum with him or tosses it.
Okay.
Walker, give me a perception check.
I was about to ask. Perception.
Eavesdropping
Eat
Walker.
shit, Nick.
You know exactly what's going on.
Exactly what's going on?
No,
God, I'm insightful.
You can.
Hey guys, good luck helping Rom forget her past life and start anew, fresh, born anew as a new person, our new friend, Rom. Still her name.
You can tell, you can see people moving. You know who it is. You can see vaguely what they're carrying.
I'll have no real reason to call out to them, so I'll just watch them as I continue to watch the skyline.
Oh, good old
Rom's
Big Brother
fucking
Walker.
drug box.
Big Brother is watching. Massive Sibling is always watching.
Massive Sibling!
Alex is Nick's massive sibling.
Thanks, William.
Gotcha.
So, without really saying anything, she pops open the box and, without really any hesitation, she just picks up the vials and, 1, 2, 3, 4, just throws them over the deck. Obviously having decided that she's just gonna get rid of everything rather than,
Hold on to the past.
Yeah. And, there we go. And, shuts the box.
proud of you, bro.
Well, I don't really feel any different, but something.
What was so bad about those drugs?
It's she seems like she's struggling. Maybe she's never really like talked at length about this before, but it's like it was a dangerous way to keep from facing my problems in my life and everything I didn't want to do or couldn't handle or everything that made me upset. And I ain't gonna do that no more.
Distracting yourself. Yeah.
I'm gonna be a good girl. I'm gonna try anyway.
Distracting yourself is easy. It takes a lot of courage to face your problems head on. But at the end, when you face them, you become stronger because of it. You learn more.
Well said.
From above, Big Brother nods in their direction, not really knowing what they're actually talking about.
Stop! Oh my god. That was it. Thank you.
Anytime, bro.
Hey, Vin, how far away am I from them?
Maybe 30, 40 feet, give or take.
What time is it exactly?
After dark at this point, like 9-ish, maybe 10-ish.
No, after dark isn't until later.
They'll hear from above.
Dumb joke.
Sorry,
I should
that's
head to
bad.
bed. It's pretty late. From across the was that good? Was anything?
From across the room, he calls through a toilet paper tube.
Owen shouts back, "You're one to talk."
Walker doesn't have a retort for that. He just looks their way.
He sure is. I guess we gotta start working on him next, huh?
I promised his father I would.
Well, gotta want to help yourself first. That's for sure.
I don't think he sees what he's doing as much of a problem.
I know.
Well, Rom, don't they have, I don't have a lot of experience with this kind of thing, but don't you have, like, there's like a night when your friends all gather and sometimes there's a big sign and, you show up and you're all supportive and that kind of thing. Isn't that something people do?
You mean like an intervention?
Aye, that's the word. Call it something else in Garish.
Bread bowl.
Oh.
Slobber
No,
knocking.
Ben, stop. I haven't forgotten about that, and it will come back. I promise you that.
I need to know what this reference is.
No, you don't. You will one day.
Someday.
Maybe we'll plan one of those someday. But for now, good night. Thanks
Good
for
night.
everything. She goes below decks to take the big nappy.
Ishri gives her a hug before she leaves.
Aw. Rob gives her a big hug back.
Who crushes who? Let's roll.
They both crush each other to death. End of campaign.
Oh no. In Rom's secret, WMD takes effect, causing Amari's to go off as well.
Oh no.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no.
We get take to the Shadowfell on the moon.
Okay, hold on.
We get taken to the
Theoretically,
Shadowfell squared.
What if? Okay, so what? What if Amari dies in the Shadowfell? What then?
Takes us back.
Oh, so we could have just killed
Whoa.
Amari.
It
No, I
takes you
thought that's
back,
what
but it
happens
takes you
if we
back
kill
100
Ishri.
years into the past.
Oh god.
Oh shit.
we
Wait,
can prevent the
1,000
war of
years
red
in
and
the
white.
future.
I was about
Then
to
we
say
can
that.
we can jerk off into the primordial ooze of Lenore and be.
All right. Does anyone else have anything for the evening?
I'm sorry. Owen is teaching Ishri the basics of Garish, which I imagine involves a lot of like, I don't know. The
Cursing.
Garish language is like rough, you know. That's how I imagine it.
Yeah.
So there's lots of like, I don't know, consonants. I don't know what
And
I'm saying.
I don't know.
It's
Like,
sing-songy. Like
Conlangs is
Irish.
not my thing. That is too nerdy for me. But I would imagine the only thing that I would note, the strangest part, probably especially to you, Ishri, is while it is definitely another language, there's still like hints of Lenorian or the Devil Tongue or whatever you want to call it in it. Like the same way that like English still has hints of like Spanish and shit in it.
They got the same root.
Kind of, yeah.
Hang on, Hannah. Please repeat that word.
Root.
That was very fucking Michigan of you, Hannah.
Root.
I'm
Oh,
not
crap.
sure what you're.
Instead of root.
Oh, instead of root?
Yeah.
She said
Hannah.
root.
Yeah, that sounds like almost like fucking
didn't-
like a
I
Minnesota
didn't
accent.
even know that she was trying to say
Minnesota.
root.
I didn't know
I am
what word that was.
Dating a Minnesotan, so maybe the two accents are just melding, and that's what it's turning
Ugh.
into.
Oh god.
No, you
I
need to
do-
like you need to date like somebody from like fucking
Date a Scotsman, see what happens.
See how my accent changes? That's
Oh,
it. That's,
so
that's
no.
how
Let's
that works.
let's
That's
just go
hard.
real far out there. Date somebody who knows Tagalog and let's see where that goes.
Get in a polyamorous relationship with what Vin said, the Scotsman and someone from Greece.
And you
let's
know
see
what?
happens.
And when you're done, tell them Ven sent you.
Oh!
Yikes.
That didn't land.
Oh.
William
telling
laughed. That's
blank
good enough for
censure
me.
jokes Don't land for me anymore. It's upsetting.
Anyway,
I do think at some point, despite wanting it to be a surprise, Owen will like probably get frustrated with himself, and he'll go and wake up Amari.
Ishri's also probably hot garbage at learning languages. Like, she's really enthusiastic and she's trying, but like, she's way better at teaching other people things than she is learning things. She's not smart.
So you go get Amari?
It's probably like late-ish, so Owen will, he'll try and be quiet out in the hall, but he'll knock at Amari's door.
Give me some of that, Nick. Break me off a piece of that.
My microphone's not good enough for that.
There we go.
there you go.
I was gonna do it on my laptop, but that's good.
I did it on my.
Yeah, punch your laptop 3 times.
But don't say Biggie Smalls because he'll appear.
I almost did it
Oh no!
Oh god.
just out of
Not Biggie
reflex.
Smalls.
There's like a minute that passes before the door opens, and Amari just kind of looks like half asleep
Does he have
as he
a
answers the
cap on?
door. Yeah, probably. He's wearing his fancy underwear, his expensive underwear, and nothing else.
Listen, Amari. I wanted it to be a surprise, but running into a few problems. And do you think you could help me teach Ishri Garish? And he looks like, as he's saying it, he looks pretty sheepish.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that hard. It's kind of just This is Mitch trying to remember. Isn't Garish like a breakoff of Lenorian?
So Garish is like there's an old Garish, which was the original Garish, that kind of once Lenore moved south into what is now Gahrland, they kind of like the people who lived there ended up kind of corrupting the Garish tongue by kind of merging it with Lenorian.
Oh, so Lenorian is
a combination of Lenorian and Old Garish.
Yes.
Okay.
Mostly old. It's mostly a modernized Old Garish with Lenorian flavor.
Okay.
Gotta love that flavor. Corruption and magic.
Yeah. It's kind of related, so it shouldn't be too hard.
I thought since I grew up speaking it, it might be easy to teach it to somebody, but
yeah, I can directly translate it into Elvish.
Maybe that would be easier for her.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
hopefully.
I'm going to imagine that the main goal right now is to make sure she knows the basics. Where's the bathroom? Hi, my name is, etc.
Yes, this is Garish 101.
Yeah.
This is Garish 1, not like Garish 3.
Yeah. You guys
you gotta like Vince said, where's the shitter? Hi, my name is. How much for food?
Amari sent you.
I will never forget
the like various names for the currency, gold, silver, etc.
Oh, he's gonna say till Amari sent you too.
Where can I go to take off my clothes? All my clothes, those things.
I mean, everywhere is where she can go to take off her clothes. I don't know why you need a specific location for that.
She was told by Walker to use the funny changing room.
Yeah, it's not where can, it's where should I go.
There you go.
Anyway, so as the wait, I gotta enjoy this last button I've got. So as the clock ticks past midnight and it turns to the 7th day of the Division of Steadfast, another day now in the Shine Gulf, leaving Lenore behind on your way to Garish shores. Hope, goals, and determination in your hearts and minds. Not but a couple of days away from Garish soil for the first time, for some of you ever, and for some of you in years. We go ahead and end tonight's session.
Bum bum bum.
Oh,
Now it's after dark.
fuck. That was great.
Yeah.
God, I'm happy to be back. Been needing that.
Indeed.
Been fucking jonesing for
Man,
it.
it was really fun watching Nick and Logan play D&D for a while.
That was pretty great, dude.
All right,
I'm
guys.
sorry.
Holy shit.